Elimination Chamber. And yeah, slightly new setup as well. I really liked the setup that we had on Saturday for Elimination Chamber, so I've used that as inspiration for the streams going forwards. So I do like the little box at the top as well that just kind of lets new people know what it is that we do here. And it's only very, very basic right now, but we can definitely add a lot of extra bits up there. So, you know, bear with it. It's very basic at the moment. I've just kind of set it up today, but that can kind of grow. And we can definitely add like other bits and bobs up there. So really do love that. I think that's something that could be an interesting positive addition. And a slightly different background as well, you know, a little bit more going on maybe, don't know. I kept the same apartment. I just moved where we were, right? So I've been very busy over these last few days. Literally brick by brick, we moved from Perth to wherever this is. I don't even know where this is, to be honest. But yeah, I hope that everyone is well. You know what we always like to start with, and that is we always like to start with the same thing, and that is breaking down the show. So there's a fair bit actually for us to get our teeth into today. So we've got Sami Zayn taking on Shinsuke Nakamura. Obviously, it's expected that Drew is going to be on the show, and Becky will be on the show, and Rhea will be on the show, and Seth will be on the show. So we know that Seth and Drew is obviously on a collision course. We know that Rhea and Becky are on a collision course. So we're expecting segments involving all of those. They haven't actually announced those segments though, but we are expecting them, of course. The superstars have already been tweeting out that they've landed. They're back home. They, you know, traveled. I think they had their bags packed. So as soon as Elimination Chamber finished, they were straight on a plane and on their way. So, yeah, we are expecting them to be at Raw. We do have Sami against Shinsuke. Neither of those people were in Perth. So that's a match we're guaranteed to get. And New Day are going to be taking on Imperium in a street fight. So we've got that as well. And they weren't in Perth either. So shouldn't really be any reason as to why we don't get these matches. Not aware of any delays, not aware of any issues, not aware of any problems. So we absolutely should be getting a full-on Raw tonight, even though they've been over the other side of the world. So yeah, looking forward to the show. And I want to jump into the chat as well. Hello, Paul, who's saying hello to the community. Let me jump over and see if I can get the chat up on screen. Kian said, Days, I hope you are well and having a good stream. How was your weekend? I am enjoying the unseen videos, and I do like this new background. I can't believe that Seth replied to your tweet. Yeah, I'm really pleased that you like the unseen videos. I absolutely love doing them. I'm drowning in stuff that I'm being tagged in though. I mean, it really is starting to take up like a good chunk of my time just going through the stuff I'm being tagged in. So, yeah, it's that's not me saying stop tagging me. That's just me saying that more people are tagging me now, which is hopefully only going to result in stronger episodes of Unseen. As we can really just cherry pick the good stuff now going forwards. But yeah, I love the unseen videos as well. I'd love to try and get them down to about half an hour, but I just can't find a way of doing it. But yeah, the response to that has been amazing. And as we said, you know, it's because of that like Seth responded to one of the tweets that we put out, and all of that is in Unseen. If you've not been watching Unseen, then it's really took a life on of its own. I kind of feel like in the streams we've got a community and everything, and obviously the community is over watching those videos as well, but it's just sort of, I don't know, it's just becoming its own beast. It's just becoming its own thing. I feel like I do streams and I make Unseen videos, and that is what I am doing at the moment. That's pretty much my life, and I enjoy it, man. So yeah, really pleased that other people seem to enjoy them as well. James Chadwick, shout out to you, said, it's a sad week. We say goodbye to an icon, Sting. James, hope you well, buds. Yeah, Sting, obviously leaving the ring, if you will, active competition. And I wish him nothing but the best, of course. An absolute legend, an icon. But sadly, not one that we will be watching here on the channel. But it is one that our friend Tommy Toy Travels will be doing. He'll be covering it over on his channel. I don't know if it's Saturday or Sunday. But if you want to join us tomorrow on the Wrestling Escape Pods, which has got its own channel, as this video up here does point out. Right, we will be actually talking a lot about AEW because I believe it is this weekend coming. Even though we're not covering it, my friend is, or our friend is, Tommy Toy Travels, and I am interested in seeing, like, you know, what the card is, what the feelings are. About Sting's last match, who Sting's final opponent should have been, if this Young Bucks match is the right match. We don't talk about AEW, but I am definitely open to talking about AEW, so we can do that tomorrow. Doesn't really, I don't know, I mean, I'm all right doing it now, but to be honest, I don't really have many takes because I just don't follow AEW anymore. So I don't really have much to provide. I don't really have much to say. I don't even know the card. So I will need to kind of have a little bit of a look into it before we do that tomorrow. But yeah, I was kind of thinking that would make sense for this week's Wrestling Escape Pods. I was really interested in not doing the Escape Pod live this week and actually recording it because we did get some horrible internet issues, and as I said, I had some earlier which thankfully it looks like we're moving past now. So I was gonna like try and not do it live, record it and whatever, but I don't know, I think we might give it one more go this week and see if it works okay. Because of like setting this up, because of Elimination Chamber, I haven't really had a chance to look at the Wrestling Escape Pod in the way that I wanted. So it probably makes sense to try and run with the normal episodes. And then if we are going to make some tweaks and changes, that can come a little further down the road. So that's where we are with all of that at the moment. James said Revolution is on Sunday. Right. Thank you. Maka said, Days, if Becky versus Rhea ends up one-on-one, who do you have winning? I would go with Rhea Ripley. I'd go with Rhea Ripley. I don't think that Becky needs the win. I think it's a very interesting one, though, because how old is Becky? Let's just have a little look. How old is Becky Lynch? She's 37. So Becky Lynch, for me, has probably got another 5 years before she really needs to start winding it down. And even then, it's her decision. It would depend on her body and what she wants to do. But I really think in this day and age, you can get to your early 40s before you even start to have to think about winding it down. Again, comes down to your body, comes down to your health, comes down to what you want to do. But if she wants to keep on running, keep on going, I don't think that she needs to pay it back. I don't think she needs to be like putting people over, if you will, specifically until she kind of gets to her early 40s. So it's weird because I would say at 37 you're at the peak of your powers, really. 37 years old, you've had all that time invested in you will have achieved some great things. But in sport, this is where In some sports like football, you're probably done at this point, but in wrestling, no. In wrestling, like I would say you're kind of in your prime. 35 to 40, that 5-year periods, that's where I think you're in your prime. Once you start hitting your 40s, that's where you can start getting issues. That's where, well, you can get them before, but we see a lot of people in their 40s having like bad backs and all that kind of stuff, needing surgeries, because it all just catches up with you eventually. So it's a really interesting one because I think a lot of people are looking at Becky and everything Becky has achieved, and they're thinking she should put Rhea over. But you could very easily make the argument, that she is in her prime. Why should she put Rhea over when Becky is one of the biggest stars we've got and she's in her prime and she's got years and years and years left to give to the industry. So it's a really interesting one. It is two massive names going up against each other in a match that really should go either way, right? It really should just come down to who do WWE or what do WWE have plans for after WrestleMania? You know, is this going to be one match? Is it going to be two matches? Do you have Becky win and then you do the rematch at SummerSlam? We did that with, wasn't it Bianca and Becky that did that? I believe they faced at WrestleMania and then we had a rematch at SummerSlam. So I feel like you could go down that road where this is not just a one-off match. You actually do another one further down the road. Maybe you make it 1-1. Maybe you do a series of 3 and someone gets the decider. So it's a bit tricky. I mean, you could have Becky win and you could have Rhea, like, sort of not doubting herself, but knowing that there's something just not quite right. You know, she thought she was the best, but it turns out that Becky is still the mountaintop. And then it builds up to SummerSlam where Rhea then gets a win. That makes it 1-1. Then you've got the opportunity to do the rubber match at some point further down the road. Maybe WrestleMania 41. You know, it's 1-1 between these two. And now we're going to figure out who is the true leader, right? And so you could go either way. You really, really could. So I'm looking at it and thinking they'll go with Rhea. That's what I'm thinking they'll do because they are fully on board the Rhea train, right? It seems like she's got all the momentum. Coming out of Elimination Chamber, she feels like a monster star, like legit one of the biggest stars they've got. Certainly it feels like the biggest female they've got, star power-wise. So I kind of feel like coming out of Chamber, it's going to be Rhea. But I think there's a very interesting conversation there as to why would you bail on someone like Becky when she's 37 years old? She's 37 years old. She's got potentially years and years and years left ahead of her. Like, there's no need to bail on Becky. So, yeah, it's a really interesting one. Which way would you go? I think they go Rhea, and I'd imagine most of you think the same. But Becky is right there, and she's still got plenty of years left ahead of her. WrestleBuzz said, Days, keep up the good work. You are the GOAT. That's very kind, my friend. Thank you. I really just appreciate all the support. Everyone tagging me in bits and bobs. As I said, it's a bit tricky to kind of be keeping up with everything, but I think we're doing a pretty good job of trying to do that. But yeah, my time now, it's funny because like making the unseen videos is not an issue. I would say the harder part is like now it's probably keeping up with everything I'm being tagged in and making sure that the filter is working, if you will. I'm having to turn down so much stuff. There's so much stuff that's just, I don't know. I mean, like, there's a lot of people going, imagine if this happened. And it's like, on a quiet day, maybe we could include a bit of a fan theory thing. But, I mean, it's just getting so busy now, we can't really put that stuff in. Where people are like, imagine if that happens and then it leads to this and it leads to this. On a quiet day for Unseen, we might have put that in and we might have discussed it. But there's just so much going on. I don't think I realized just how much goes on, which is a bit silly if you think like there's hundreds of wrestlers and they're all probably going to tweet out on like every day. They're going to put something out. So it gives you an idea of just how much stuff comes out. And then you've got all the rumors, and then you've got like, you know, just like pictures and memes, and oh my god, there's just so much. It's pretty stacked. But as I said, as long as the end result is that the unseen videos are entertaining, and you feel like once you've watched them, you got something from them, and that was worth it, or I found that fun, or whatever, right? It was entertaining, it was informative. However you felt after you came out of it, then as long as it's doing that, I'm a happy boy. So, yeah, love it. It's one of the best things I think the channel has ever done. Willie, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I hope you are well. Willie said, do you think it's possible that Cody won't finish the story? Yeah, it's possible. I would say it's unlikely, but I'd say it's possible. Last year I was adamant, absolutely adamant. I mean, I would say that I feel like my predicting And my reading of the company, I feel, was pretty good, right? I would say that we were at a guess operating like 75%, like getting predictions right? I feel like we were in quite a good place, quite a good hit rate. Obviously getting the odd thing wrong, right? We're not going to nail it 100% all the time, but we were not bad. And I would imagine a lot of you probably feel the same, that, you know, back in the Vince era, we'd seen so much Vince booking that we kind of knew as to how things were going to go. And of course, there was the odd swerve and the odd change, but by and large, we were there or thereabouts. And really, the Cody one is the one that really kind of started me off going down a road where I just couldn't read anything right. I was really, really struggling. Last year was not a good year for me because I was adamant that Cody was winning at WrestleMania. You know, I was absolutely adamant. And I also didn't think that Edge would go to AEW, and I wasn't convinced that CM Punk was coming back. So last year was a year where I definitely got the big things incorrect. I think a big part of that is the fact that we've now got TKO, we've got Triple H booking. It's a different company now, and that was a big learning curve for me last year. A big learning curve. I feel like lesson learned now, right? I feel like a message received, right? This is a different company. We cannot apply what we used to apply, the rules that work for us in the past. They don't work for us anymore. So now it is like anything can happen, right? I think we've definitely received that message. So with that in mind, can Cody not finish the story? Yeah. I mean, CM Punk came back. Edge went to AEW. Anything can happen. So the story may not be finished. And I think that it's probably unlikely that it doesn't get finished. But, I mean, the reason why I would say that the story probably doesn't get finished is for a hot minute there, we were getting Rock Roman. You know, for a hot minute there, the story wasn't being finished because Cody wasn't even in the match. So I think it is wise to look at it as every option has been discussed. I think we can have confidence that every option has been discussed because they, at one point, were going to give us Rock Roman and Cody was going to face Seth. So that must mean that there was a plan, even if it's a plan that Triple H wasn't sold on and didn't want to do. There was a plan which had Cody not winning the belt and then winning it further down the road. I think the story gets finished. I don't have much doubt about the story being finished, but I think there was definitely a plan where the story would not be finished at WrestleMania. And also, you know, there's a lot of people saying maybe Seth costs Cody, maybe The Rock costs Cody. You know, The Rock could cost Cody. That could lead to a match between them two, and it could get Roman to the Hogan records. Again, how much does the Hogan record matter? Doesn't matter to me. I've said before, I don't give a flip about the Hogan records. For me, Roman has got one of the greatest title reigns I have ever seen. And if he beats the Hogan records, it will be one of the greatest title reigns I've ever seen. If he doesn't beat the Hogan record, it's one of the greatest title reigns I've ever seen. It doesn't change a thing. Does not change a thing. The only thing that changes is his name goes from number 4 on a list to number 3 or wherever. I don't even know where it is. I don't even know like what he would go to. So the Hogan thing doesn't mean anything to me. I really feel like that is a benchmark that Roman fans like really want Roman to beat, but I would imagine a lot of other fans don't give a flip about, because I don't give a flip about it. But again, does Triple H give a flip about that? Is that something that Triple H cares about? Does he care about that Hogan record being beaten? The other thing you got to consider as well is that Roman's merch sold out in Perth. Right? Sold out in Perth. And that was... He wasn't even there. He wasn't even there. Like, he sold out his merch. So, if you look at, like, how good the TV ratings are, if you look at how good the ticket sales are, if you look at the fact that Roman's merch is selling out and he's not even there and they know he's not there, I mean, all the indicators are that this thing is still as hot as it has been, right? it's funny because we've had conversations about like long title reigns being boring, and we've had these big conversations about like why are they doing this, why aren't they ending it, I can't believe it's still going, blah 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 blah. But if all the numbers are saying that this thing is still working, then you're gonna be quite brave to walk away from it, you know, because Cody's a gamble. He's a gamble. It's all of a sudden now you've not got the bloodline that you relied on to kind of carry the show with Roman being the champion, you know, because now you're going with Cody and you've put the belt on him and you're kind of going in a new direction. You can still have Roman around and you can still have the bloodline around, but he won't be the guy at the top with the belt. And at the moment, with him having the belt, it's working, isn't it? It's working. Money talks. Money very much talks. A lot of the awful things that happen in WWE happen for money reasons. So a lot of the good things happen for money reasons as well. So yeah, sadly, there is a possibility. I would say it's unlikely. I would say that they've waited long enough. I would say I don't think any of us doubt the story will be finished. You know, there's a whole video game based on finishing the story. There was a big outcry where people demanded Cody just get the opportunity to finish the story. Like, Triple H knows that they've built something here that people really care about. So I think that it will be finished. If I'm a betting man, I'm probably like 90% it'll get finished. But as we said, last year definitely taught me a lesson, and that is that anything can happen still. Anything can happen still. If they think they've got a better idea, then they may just run with that. And if that idea means that Cody can't win or doesn't win at WrestleMania, as I said, they might just run with that. So yeah, there is a chance. There is a definite chance. But I'm feeling very good about it being finished. But I love women's wrestling, says William, but it doesn't sell tickets. I hope that will change outside of WWE. JP said, what do you think of Bianca versus Tiffany? Yeah, do you know what? I'm not sure on that match. I'm not sure. I sort of feel like it's I sort of feel like it's a bit of a mismatch in the sense of Tiffany is a heel that people are really, really into, and I think it would be beneficial for her to get at WrestleMania and ideally get a win. Or if she's not going to win, then at least be in a match where she doesn't take the loss. I kind of feel like, I mean, you heard when she got pinned by Liv Morgan, the crowd chanting BS and the crowd booing Liv Morgan. I mean, that was incredible to hear a crowd booing Liv Morgan. Right? She just seems to be like Little Miss Popular a lot of the time. And that crowd made it very clear they were not pleased. And it wasn't really Liv. It's a bit like when Ray was number 30 in the Rumble years ago and people wanted Daniel Bryan and he got booed. I mean, he didn't get booed much. They were just sort of, they weren't really booing him. They were booing the fact that it wasn't Daniel. Right, but in regards to Liv, I don't know that they were necessarily booing Liv, but they were booing the fact that Tiffany had been eliminated. So if you look at a Bianca versus Tiffany match, I mean, my gut feeling says, well, Bianca wins that. I mean, Bianca is a multiple-time champion. She is one of the biggest stars they've got. But I don't know if that's a position that Bianca wants to be in, because I think the crowd right now are going to definitely be with Tiffany. I think they're definitely going to be with Tiffany. So you're putting Bianca in a situation where she's a babyface that's not going to get any love. It's a little bit like when Bianca took on Io at Backlash last year, and the crowd were with Io, and she was the heel, and Bianca was like getting booed and all that stuff. I think that exact same thing would happen at WrestleMania. And it's hard, it's difficult because Tiffany's only just arrived. Her having a singles match at WrestleMania against Bianca is amazing. It's amazing. Like, you've got to take the dub just for that. If that's the match that she gets, the fact she gets a singles match, right? Which so many wrestlers never get singles matches at WrestleMania. There's loads of wrestlers that never got that, right? So to get a singles match at WrestleMania is special, right? So for her to get a singles match at WrestleMania would be amazing. For it to be against a massive name like Bianca would be amazing, right? So it definitely ticks boxes, but I don't know. Do you want to put Bianca in that position where she gets booed? And also, do you want to put Tiffany in the position where I'm sure she's losing? I'm sure she's going to, like, lose, and she's going to, or she's, like, she would need to put in a hell of a performance because there's a lot of casuals that watch. So she would have to put in a hell of a performance where even though she loses, people are still like, damn, that girl, she was so good. I want to see her again, even though she's going to lose. Because I can't see her getting the win over Bianca. So for me, I'm looking at Tiffany and I'm like, man, if there was a ladder match, that would be perfect. Because she could be in the ladder match. She could do some amazing spots. And she doesn't take the loss. Because in a ladder match, you have a winner. And I suppose you could argue that everyone else loses. But they don't get pinned. They don't get submitted. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just didn't win, really. It's not so much they lost, it's more they didn't win. And I think that's a much better position for Tiffany. A much better position. Her going one-on-one against Bianca and losing, it's just not a great message to send to the casual fans. It's not a great message to send. I'm sure we can make her look amazing. I'm sure we can make her look really, really good. But she's got this momentum. She's got this momentum, and I just think, what are you going to do with that momentum? She is so over. I know it might be hard to understand if you don't go on social media. I'm on social media a lot now, obviously, looking for stuff for Unseen. Everyone is talking about Tiffany Stratton. She is so over. She's one of the most over stars right now. Like, certainly with the internet wrestling community, she is really over. So I'm looking at it like, I don't know. I can see what she gets from that match. It's not the match I would book. It's not the match I would book. It's not the match I would book. Ideally, I'd get her in a ladder match. I'd get her in something where she doesn't take the loss. But her having a singles match is amazing. Her having a singles match would be amazing. Against Bianca would be amazing. But it's not a great position for Bianca to be in. So, yeah, a multi-person ladder match, or if we can find a way of putting her in a match where she gets the win, can we put her in a match against a really good opponent? You know, if she was able to go up against, like, I'm trying to think, like someone like Asuka. You know, I love Asuka, but Asuka definitely feels like she's getting more towards the end of her career. Like, we're not investing in Asuka as this big single star anymore. We thought we would be, but we're not. I think her age is maybe counting against her. I think the fact she's getting on a bit means that they're looking at some of the other stars instead. You know, we spoke about 35 to 40 is your prime. Asuka is 42. Asuka's 42. And that is a challenge because at this age, you know, you should have really achieved everything you need to achieve by this point. This is the point where the 24-year-old Tiffany Stratton is the person the company's going to get behind. You know, that's clearly the person that the company's going to be more interested in because they can get 20 odd years out of Tiffany Stratton. You ain't getting 20 years out of Asuka. So Asuka, you know, we see her in Damage Control. We see her in the Kabuki Warriors. We see her losing to people. Yeah, she'll get the odd win. And yeah, maybe the odd title reign. But I don't know. I feel like Asuka is definitely more towards the end of her career than the beginning, right? That's not unfair. So I feel like if Tiffany had a match with Asuka, looked amazing, and somehow, even if it was cheating, managed to get the win at WrestleMania, I would take that over a loss to Bianca Belair. A win over Asuka, if Asuka was face at the moment, I would take that over a loss to Bianca Belair. But it's just, who can Tiffany face that she can beat that's a good name? Because that is a bit of a challenge. because you can't do someone like Natalya, because that doesn't really feel big enough, really, for WrestleMania. So it is a tricky one. What you do with Tiffany Stratton is a bit of a tricky one, because she is super over at the moment. But so I hope that answered that. But love the new background, said AWC Legend. Thank you, my friends. I'm still not 100% sold on it, if I'm going to be honest. What I really liked from Elimination Chamber was this like balcony. I just thought it didn't go. It wasn't as big. The one before was quite big, and so we was putting cutouts there over Christmas and all this kind of stuff. This one isn't as big, so I think it still gives it some depth, but like it doesn't, it doesn't like take over the whole background. So I just thought it looked a bit better. So I was like, oh man, I want to keep that. I want to keep that for the other streams. So I don't know if we've settled on this, but I think it looks quite good for now. So yeah, a few little tweaks. Obviously trying to find ways of just improving little bits and bobs. And as we said, this video thing up here, I know it's only got a few frames in it at the moment, but we can definitely add more to that. Definitely add more. I mean, at the moment, I think there's about 5 things that are scrolling on it. We can take that to like 30 eventually, and have like just loads of information, loads of really good stuff. Maybe involve some stuff with the community on there. Maybe like the Hall of Fame thing can like go on there. That might be interesting. So I've definitely got a few thoughts as to what we can do with that. But it's just going to take me a hot minute. That's all. Just going to take me a hot minute. I managed to kind of cobble it together today. But yeah, we should see it come take a life of its own, if you will, as we move forward. Charles, shout out to you, my friend. I think Tiffany is too young for a match at WrestleMania. Give her at least a year's time before throwing her into a large show. Charles, I think I'm going to have to disagree. She's so over. Like, you can't leave her off the card. It feels like LA Knight last year, where LA Knight was super over, and they didn't have LA Knight on the card, and the crowd were like really down on it. I mean, she is young. She's 24. But she can go. We've seen her down in NXT. I mean, she's already had a singles match with Becky in NXT. And she was the MVP of Elimination Chamber. Like, I agree it's an ask for her to have a singles match at WrestleMania, but she is ready for it. She can do it. She can do it. She's been down in NXT. She's been putting on some great matches in NXT. There was never a concern about her match quality, actually. The only thing that worries me about her is her live promos. That's the only thing. I remember saying that I wouldn't have called her up because that's the one area I think she still needs a bit of work on. WWE have looked at it and thought, probably rightfully, how much is that going to be a problem in the sense of, like, how often do we need her to be out there cutting promos? Like, we don't really need it right now. If she can go in the ring, then that's kind of all we need. We can do backstage interviews. We can do pre-taped interviews. We can give her like little live mic things where she just talks for a little bit, like as she's walking to the ring, Obviously, if she's going to do a feud with Bianca, she's going to have to do a bit more of that. But I suppose in a way, it's sink or swim, isn't it? It's sink or swim. And everything she's done so far, she has swam. So actually, in-ring wise, I really don't think it's a problem. I think she's ready. I think like NXT does such a good job of getting people ready that in-ring wise, there's no concerns. We've seen enough of her matches in NXT to have confidence. She's hot. She's good. When I say hot, I don't mean that in the looks department. I mean momentum. I mean interest. She's hot right now. So I feel like she's got to be on the cards. It's just, where do you put her? There's a few thoughts that maybe she goes in a tag team and you do a tag team thing with her. Or, one that I wouldn't mind is if we brought back the Women's Battle Royal and she won it. again, you know, I know it's not going to showcase much, but when you get down to the final 2, you've got a bit more, or the final 3, or even the final 4, you've got a bit more freedom, a bit more room to do some work. Before that, it's just trying to chuck people over the top rope, isn't it? But once you get down to the, you know, the final 2, whatever, you can start to do a little something. So she can kind of show off what she can do, and I'd have her win it. Honestly, I'd have her win it. If she goes in a ladder match, I'd have her win that as well. She really is super, super over at the moment. So maybe a singles match is not the way forward. As I said, I'm not sold with the Bianca match, but I think she has to be there. She has to be there. She coming out of Elimination Chamber, she's just too popular at the moment. So... But good thoughts, Charles. Good thoughts. I like hearing all the different perspectives. You know, is it too soon for her? She is only 24. But then saying that, how old's Rhea? I've got a feeling Rhea's about that same age. Rhea bloody Ripley. Is she 24? Oh, 27. She's actually a bit older than I thought. 27. I thought she was a bit younger than that. I thought she was about 24. So, yeah, 24, I do agree. It is young, but I really do think she's ready. I really do think she could do it. Edward said, popping in the chat to say, have a good stream. Going to have you on for Raw. I can't stay up and watch it. I've got college. I need to get some sleep. No worries, Edward. Have a good evening. How about Tiffany beating someone like Michin on a pre-show, then complaining about it for the rest of WrestleMania? What, that she wasn't on the main show? That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting, because a match with Michin is not strong enough for the main WrestleMania card. But you could put it on the kickoff, and it would be a good way of getting people in there to their seats early. I think they definitely want to see her. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's tricky. That's really tricky. You're putting her on a pre-show. Will that be watched as much? Still get good views on a pre-show though, because they show that on YouTube. It's all over their social media, the pre-show. You could maybe make an argument more people will end up watching the pre-show than the actual event itself. So, from a viewership point of view, I honestly don't know. Like, that's a tricky one. I think it doesn't feel as special as her facing Bianca, but it would give her a win, which I like. It gets her onto the WrestleMania card rather than just being on the go home or whatever, which I like. Tricky that. Tricky. I think booking is going to be really tricky. Really, really tricky. Yeah. I don't mind. It's still, something's not sitting right with me, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because it's the pre-show and it just feels like we're selling her a bit short, or if it's the opponent that's just a bit like, maybe it's because it feels a little bit like a SmackDown match, you know? Feels like a match. I mean, like, Tiffany against Bianca, you'd get it as a SmackDown match, but it would be a big match, right? It'd be a main event, probably. Whereas her against Michin, you could see that. You feel like you could see that. It probably just doesn't feel special enough. But then you're right. Where's that sweet spot? How do you get a name that's big enough and that's special, but also one that she can beat? Considering she's only been here for a hot minute. It's a real difficult one. It's a real difficult one, that. Becky's win felt ice cold, said Bing Chillin at the Chamber. Tiffany stole the show. It felt someone other than Becky should have won. What do you think? I think Becky was the right call. I could understand it feeling a bit cold because of it being so predictable. I think the problem that you've got, and there was a lot of people that criticised Elimination Chamber for being too predictable, but I don't think you can really say that about the show because we had to do what we had to do. Like, they had made it very, very clear that Becky Rhea was the match we were going to be getting. Right? I mean, they were literally face to face at that WrestleMania press event. And to the point where even the commentators were talking about if Becky wins, she's going to go on to face Rhea Ripley, even though Rhea hadn't had her match. You know, Corey Graves is like talking about how Becky's going to face Rhea at WrestleMania, and we hadn't even done the main event. Like, it could have been Nia. But, I mean, it was so obvious it was not going to be Nia. And I feel like the Chamber result was super obvious as well. So I get the predictable aspect of it. But unfortunately, with this show in particular, sometimes it's Elimination Chamber, sometimes it's Fastlane, whatever it is, this show just before WrestleMania, that PLE that's in between Rumble and WrestleMania, it is a bit predictable because we kind of by this point know the direction we're going. There's probably some rumors that have circulated, or certainly some teases, and we sort of know, like, you know, where we're going. So I do get the predictable thing, but the reason why I say you can't really, like, use that as a complaint is because we do also have to do what we need to do. We do also have to put the pieces in place that have to go there. So I think to say that complain that it was too predictable, for me, what they should have done is not worry about the results. Like, you've got to do what you've got to do. But I think what they could have done, or should have done, is they should have put something on the show that was a surprise. They should have had Batista come out. They should have had Undertaker come out. They should have done something on the show that would have provided the shock moment, right? Because the results had to be what the results were. So for me, Becky winning, it was just never in doubt. It's hard to say that it was wrong when it was just never in doubt. But so yeah, it was what it was. It got us where we got to. I know there's some out there that want Liv. I don't get that personally. I'm not a Liv fan. I'm not a Liv hater, but I can't really say anything she's really done that really has ever got me excited. I've never seen a killer promo. I don't think I've ever seen a killer match. I think that, I don't know, I think she's got support because people like her, and she has clearly resonated with some, and there was some that was hoping she was going to win, but she's never landed with me. It's never quite worked for me. There's nothing I could hang my hat on, you know? She goes in, she gives it a good go. I think her promos have consistently been poor, actually. Her matches were poor, but they have greatly improved. I think she is a much, much better talent now than she was even 2 years ago. Go back 4 or 5 years, though, I mean, she was not good. She got brought up too early, to be honest. And I will say that till I'm blue in the face. And I would be shocked if she didn't say the same, because she wasn't really a big player in NXT when she got brought up. She, I think, was someone that looked good in that group, in that Riot squads. She's someone that had potential, someone that puts in the work, and they brought her up thinking, well, we've got Sarah Logan, we've got Ruby Riott, she can be on the road with them, she can learn on the house shows, and, you know, I feel sorry for her. She did a lot of her learning on the main roster. So I think, like, you know, she's kind of won people over, if you will, as time has gone by. But she's in a very interesting spot now where I don't hate her. I think she can do stuff in the ring, definitely. But I don't know, like, I just think she keeps getting left behind. Like, there's always someone else that's coming along that's kind of eclipsing. Like, she can't be sitting on that flight back from Australia pleased knowing the reaction that Tiffany got, right? I'm sure she's happy for Tiffany. But here's another girl that's been on the roster for all of 2 seconds that's now getting, like, better reactions than what Liv's getting. And, you know, don't forget, Liv was on the roster before Bianca Belair was. And Bianca Belair has come along and eclipsed what Liv has done. So there's someone else that's, you know, got a bit further along than what she has. And then, you know, I think they were setting up Raquel until Raquel had her illness, if you will, that kind of derailed her momentum. But Raquel feels like she was someone that was going to go on to big things and still could. And, you know, Rhea Ripley came up after Liv. So Rhea Ripley has got further along. Now it feels like Tiffany has come up and is like, you know, gonna do some big stuff. So Liv, she's doing a lot of spinning her wheels. She's doing a lot of like getting stuck in the mud a little bit and not moving forwards. I think part of it is I just don't think her gimmick is very good. I don't know what the whole watch me thing is about, because what does that mean, watch me? I mean, we watch her and she loses. I mean, I don't know what watch me is. We've said before, I don't like her music. I don't think her graphics are that exciting. It all feels very generic, and I feel really sorry for her. I feel sorry because I think she puts the effort in, but she just seems to always be the bridesmaid and never the bride. But if I'm Liv, I'm really asking some big questions as to why is that the case? Why am I always the bridesmaid and never the brides? And I think that she can blame her presentation. I think that she can blame her promo skills. I think that she needs to do maybe even a bit more with social media. I mean, she just tweets out things like "watch me," and it's like it's not doing much. She's got her fans. There was a "We Want Liv" trend that was trying over the weekend. I saw that it got to about 8,000 posts, which is okay, but not really much to, like, it's enough to catch your eye, but not really enough to do anything more than that. But yeah, I sort of feel like she's spinning her wheels, not really moving forwards. I do wonder if this, her always being the bridesmaid, is maybe part of a story. I do wonder if they're just going to have her repeatedly fall short, and really make it part of the creative. But it still won't explain, or doesn't explain, when we are going to pull the trigger on her, you know? Still doesn't explain when we're actually going to get going with her. So, and her title reign was atrocious as well. Again, sorry, I feel sorry for her, not her fault. You know, that match with Ronda at SummerSlam, I mean, if she'd have been ranting and raving at Triple H after that, I wouldn't have blamed her. Because that match at SummerSlam where it was the tap, she taps, but the ref doesn't see it, I mean, that was so bad. That was so bad. You know, Triple H has definitely made some big mistakes whilst he's been in charge of the booking. But, and I'd put that right up there with, like, Austin Theory's failed cash-in as, like, examples of some of those mistakes. But, yeah, I don't know. I think Becky was the right call. She's a bigger star. She is super popular. She's got her fans. It was just predictable. It was cold and it was predictable. But that's where I think that they needed to have some surprises elsewhere on the show, so that the people that said the show was predictable wouldn't quite be able to say it if Undertaker had come out, or Batista had come out, or, you know, the Grayson Waller show had been a bit more explosive, shall we say. You know, if that Grayson Waller show hadn't felt like something that could have been on Raw, or something that could have been on SmackDown, and it had actually got a bit more about it, and we had also, you know, got some, like, I don't know, maybe some celebrities, maybe we'd got some legends, or there was a return, maybe Sheamus could have come back, you know. I know we got AJ Styles, but, I mean, it wasn't really enough, was it? Every result went the way we thought it was going to go. But then, at this time of year, it sort of has to. Because we know the reason why we predicted it is because we know what they want to do for WrestleMania. So it's a real difficult one. I don't think we've spoke a lot about Liv there, but the reason why is because I don't think there was anyone else that was really in the running. Everyone seemed to be suggesting it was like either Becky or Liv. And to be honest, I think the people that thought it was Liv are Liv fans that thought like it might be her time. And but I think the vast majority thought that Becky would get the win. William said, Lacey Evans was believable. She never made it to the top. She didn't show her boobs. I'm telling you guys, topless is the only way women are going to get anywhere. It brings eyes. Not my words, the words of William Hensey. Please send your complaints to William Hensey. At what William, what prison are you at now? I'll find that out for you, and then you can send your angry postcards to him. James said, Days, how about bringing in a legend for Tiffany? Oh, now we're cooking. That's it. Yes, that's it. That's it. Because she can beat a legend, and it doesn't matter because the legend is a legend anyway, right? So, you know, like how Theory got the win over Cena, have a heel Tiffany get a win over a legend. Yeah. Like a Lita or a Michelle McCool. Imagine Tiffany being able to go off on Michelle McCool. Michelle McCool, you know, she definitely, I mean, that's obviously Undertaker's wife now as well. So, I mean, you can have a few little digs there. But, yeah, that could be really interesting. Really, really interesting. And Tiffany getting a win over that just builds up the heat on her. It's a credible name. She gets the win. It's a big spotlight. Oh, you've nailed it. You've absolutely nailed it. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. It's a big match for Tiffany. It's on the main card. It brings a legend back. It gives Tiffany the win. It all makes sense. You know, if the legend was just, you know, if she beats Michelle McCool, like then, if Michelle was in her prime, she would have beat her. She would have beat her. But, you know, it's just maybe she's been out the ring that. So you can sort of explain why it's happened. But yeah, ticks every box, man. Ticks every box. That's exactly the thing I would like to see. Exactly. It gives her a big match, which I think she can cope with. I don't have any concerns. We've seen her in NXT. We've already seen her against Becky. And it was, you know, we know what she can do. She is very, very comfortable in that ring. She is ready for this. They've made her ready for this. NXT does a great job of getting people ready for this. But what I don't think she's ready for is to go straight in up against one of the biggest names we've got in the women's division and get a win. I don't know that she can come in, go one-on-one with Bianca Belair and secure a victory. Now, she can look good in the match, but is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough? Can we make her look good enough whereby she can lose and still benefit? But against the legend, she can look good and she can win. And it will upset people, which is great because she's the heel. And it gives her something to brag about. Love it. Love it. Love it. That's totally what I want. Love it. I don't know I wonder who though. I mean, like Michelle McCool is the name that comes to mind because we've seen Michelle a few times in the Rumble. She's, you know, she's a former women's champion in her own right, and the Undertaker's partner, which would be excellent to use as part of the build. So yeah, she would come to mind. You could definitely do Lita. I feel like we've seen Lita a few times. I was thinking Beth Phoenix as well, but the thing with Beth Phoenix... Oh, do you know who would be good? Freddie said it. Mickie James. Mickie James? Tiffany Stratton, Mickie James. Oh, Jesus, we've booked it. We've done it. We've done it. Now, well, AJ Lee, I think you'd have to have AJ win because AJ coming back would be so special. I think AJ would have to go over. I think if you brought AJ Lee, oh man, I mean, that would build heat, wouldn't it? Imagine bringing AJ Lee back. She loses to Tiffany Stratton. But no, I think Mickie James is the better play because she's the wife of Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis is the GM. You could have Tiffany. Is she on the same brand as Nick Aldis? I don't even know what brand she's on, actually. But she could start, like, going off at Nick Aldis. If she starts going off on Nick Aldis, causing him problems, right? Maybe getting him into situations where he's really getting in trouble. And he kind of says, right, you know, I am gonna give you your match at WrestleMania, and perhaps she demands a match at WrestleMania, and he won't give it to her or something, or he's too busy, or I don't know, whatever, and so she makes his life hell, and in the end, he's like, right, I will give you your match. It's going to be a special match. It's going to be against one of the biggest legends that WWE has ever seen. I wonder if he can say my wife, Mickie James. I wonder if he can say that. If we can acknowledge that. But if we could, that'd be really cool. Because then we could do a little story with Nick Aldis and Tiffany and like how she is, like, you know, getting to him and he snaps and puts her in a match with blooming Mickie James. Yeah, I love that. I think that's brilliant. Tiffany Stratton, Mickie James, singles match. Tiffany goes over, though. Tiffany has to go over. But, oh, that's good, that is. No, nothing was really sitting quite right. I mean, I don't mind her in the Battle Royal as long as she wins. I feel like she should win. I would love her to be in a ladder match, but there's no guarantee of that happening. I mean, clearly there's no guarantee of a match with Mickie James either, but I still feel like at least I can plant my flag down in an idea now. I can go, no, this is what I want. And that's where I'm standing. I'm standing with the Mickie James one because I like the builds. I think that would work. I like the fact she gets showcased. It's a great way of getting a legend on the show. And it's WrestleMania 40 as well, so we definitely need a good sprinkling of legends. Gets a legend on the show, gives Tiffany a big win, doesn't need to be that long of a match. The build would be a lot of fun. It's a big showcase for her. She can definitely handle it. It's tick, 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 tick in it, I think. That's tick, 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 tick. Yeah, I really like that. It's a good shout. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. Right. TBH791 said, everyone talks about the Raw after WrestleMania, but what about the Raw after Elimination Chamber? Hopefully the show will be a good one. I think it will. Honestly, I mean, we've got 40 days, which is going to be what, about five weeks or so, 5-6 weeks. I mean, we have got time till WrestleMania, right? So we're not struggling for segments, but each show is just gonna, you can sort of dismiss the go homes because we already know what they're gonna be. I mean, it'll probably be an Andre Battle Royal. It'll probably be a mid-card title defense. That's what they've been historically. You know, you'll get like the IC title defended on it, and you'll get an Andre Battle Royal on SmackDown, and you know, it is what it is. Plus, also the matches are made at that point. It's final promos, maybe a last-minute match as the babyface gets kind of put in a bad situation. Blah 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 blah. Tons of video packages. It is what it is. So we've probably got about 5 weeks of proper builds now as we head towards, you know, one of the most important WrestleManias in history. You know, I mean, really, I'm not exaggerating. It's WrestleMania 40. It's it's not just any WrestleMania. It's an anniversary WrestleMania, and it's 40 years. There's so much to celebrate. The company's in such a great place. You know, it should be that. It should be a celebration. So I'm hoping that we're gonna have lots of twists and turns and surprises, and yeah, I mean, these aren't gonna be normal Raws. They're not gonna be Raws that are just like the ones you get in July. So for the next 5 weeks, I am looking for these to be that next step up. You know, we've got to be moving stories forwards. We have got some urgency. There is nothing else in the way now. The road is clear. The vision is ahead of us. So, yeah, I'm super excited for this period. This is it now. You know, they say the road for WrestleMania starts at the Royal Rumble, but once you get past the Rumble, you get past that February pay-per-view, that premium live event, and you can just see WrestleMania very clearly in the distance at this point. This is the sweet stuff, man. This has to be like some of the best stuff of the year. This has to be that when we look back at this period, there's stuff here that we talk about as being like, oh, do you remember that? Do you remember that? Do you remember that moment? Do you remember this moment? This is where we cook. So I am very excited. I don't know that tonight's show is going to be anything exceptional, right? In the sense of Raw after WrestleMania is special. There's no other Raw after that we ever talk about. We never talk about the Raw after the Royal Rumble. We never talk about the Raw after SummerSlam. We never talk about the Raw after Survivor Series. Raw after WrestleMania is the one, right? And to me, I've said before, to me, that's where the new year starts. That's where, if WWE ever did have an end, if ever WWE was to shut shop, right, and we were to close, and we were to, like, you know, WWE can't go on, right, they've run out of money, whatever, I think where we would finish would be a WrestleMania. That's where the company would end. It would end at the WrestleMania. We would build to the WrestleMania. We would do the big WrestleMania fireworks. Thank you all for watching. Hope you've enjoyed WWE. And it would end at WrestleMania. So in my eyes, in my mind, WrestleMania is sort of where we finish and we end things. Now, granted, that's not quite how it works, because WWE never stops. It's, you know, all year round, every year. So there's clearly things that happen at Mania that are then going to continue. We've seen lots of things happen at Mania, and then we do like Backlash, and, you know, we get like rematches and whatever. So it's never that clean, of course. But in my mind, WrestleMania is the end of the year, the cycle. And that means that the party to kick off the new cycle is the Raw after WrestleMania. That's why, to me, the Raw after WrestleMania, this is where I look for NXT call-ups. This is where I look for returning superstars. This is where I look for shock title changes, as we, you know, I always think back to Zack Ryder, who won the IC title in a big shock at WrestleMania. Didn't expect him to win it, but he won the IC title, right? But the truth is that I think he'd been so long-serving, they just wanted to give him his moment, and then he loses the belt on the Raw after WrestleMania. I mean, he literally is champ for like 24 hours. So the Raw after WrestleMania, it should allow you to do that. It should allow you to maybe make some little corrections if that's not the long-term vision. You know, Dolph Ziggler cashing in and becoming the new world champion on the Raw after WrestleMania. Not at WrestleMania, the Raw after WrestleMania. Paige winning the women's title, the Divas title from AJ Lee. That was the Raw after WrestleMania. Brock Lesnar came back to the company, not at WrestleMania, but on the Raw after WrestleMania. And we've really lost that. We've lost. It's not been anywhere near as good. Not even close. Not even close. I mean, I couldn't even tell you the last good Raw after WrestleMania. I guess I'd have to go back to 2019, because certainly 2020 there was no crowd. 2021 there was no fans. I believe Raw after WrestleMania was Thunderdome. So we've had 2022 and we've had 2023. Both of those were not anything to write home about. There was the odd little moment, but nothing to write home about. Nothing compared to, you know, what we were getting after in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. You know, you go back about 10 years ago. Oh, God, it was amazing. It was amazing. If you haven't, do you know what would be a good thing to do? If ever you're a bit stuck or a bit, like, not sure what to do, just spend an evening, right? And maybe you don't even have to do that, but just spend a bit of time. Just watch the Raws after WrestleMania. Don't watch anything else. Just the Raws after WrestleMania. Go back to about 2010 or so and just work your way through and just watch the Raws. And, you know, if you've never seen them, like, if you are late to, not late to wrestling, but I don't know, say that you've only got into it in recent years, or you're young, and again, you've only got into it in recent years, or maybe you was a fan during the Attitude Era and you've come back now and you don't really know where to start and it's all a bit overwhelming, I'd say definitely watch WrestleManias and Royal Rumbles and SummerSlams, you know, your big hitters. But if you want something a bit different, if you want to watch something that's a little bit outside of that, hit the Raws after WrestleMania, because some of the biggest moments have took place historically on that show. And we need that this year. I need that this year. It used to be a real party, you know, beach balls in the stands and everyone just having just the best time. Just the best time. And I think that part of the reason is because the fans would travel there from all over the world. If you go to WrestleMania, you go for the weekend. You don't go for a day. You will book your hotel and you will probably land on the Thursday and you'll probably go back on the Tuesday, right? So if I'm going to WrestleMania, I'll go on the Thursday. That way I can do maybe Hall of Fame. I can do SmackDown. I can do Access. I can go to WrestleMania on the Saturday and the Sunday. I can do Raw on the Monday. And then on the Tuesday, I can go, right? Because Tuesday is NXT. That's in Florida. You know, we're nowhere near that. Like, if we were in Florida, you could hit NXT, but you know, we're not. So, you know, you'd probably do that as a schedule. Maybe you'd want to go a bit longer to look around the area, but as a minimum, I think that's what you would want to look to do. So it always meant that those international fans that are basically on holiday, right? Just on holiday. You know what it's like when you're on holiday. You kind of feel a bit different. You kind of feel like, I don't know, you're a bit more carefree, shall we say, when you're on holiday. It's not your country. You're there to have a good time. You know, you've got your spending money. You haven't got to worry about work. The worries of the world seem a million miles away. You're on holiday. And I think that mentality is the mentality that you see at WrestleMania, and certainly the mentality that you see at Raw. And I think that is why the Raw after WrestleMania historically has always been bouncing. But you've got to give the crowd something to bounce about. Like, the crowd, I think, are there and they're, you know, ready. Maybe they're not as boisterous as they were 10 years ago. We know that the demo seems to have got a little younger. And there's a lot of kids that are in the crowd these days compared to, say, 10 years ago. But so maybe it's not as boisterous and as rowdy as it used to be. But you've got to give that crowd something to get their teeth into. And we just haven't been getting those big moments. We just have not been getting them. So I would plead that WWE really, really put some thought into what they want to do on the Raw after WrestleMania, because that should be a big show. It should be a big show. And they always talk about it being a big show, but it's just become so watered down. It just doesn't provide the same moments that it used to provide. So, yeah, hopefully we get some at Tasty this year. I would absolutely love it if we did. Joseph, shout out to you, my friends. Let me read this. Days, how are you doing? I'm good, thank you. Just wanted to give you a warning. Don't use Ticketmaster. My bank account was stolen afterwards. Luckily, my bank has put a fix to it. Joseph, shout out to you. I'm so sorry to hear that, dudes. I mean, Ticketmaster are just a nightmare anyway, aren't they? I mean, they are... I mean, like, prices are just extortionate for tickets. There's a whole, like, black market that exists, and Ticketmaster don't seem to be able to clamp down on that. There's fees that can be more than the actual tickets themselves that Ticketmaster put on. Like, it's just awful. It's awful. Ticketmaster's awful. You unfortunately do get a bit of a slave, though, that sometimes there's no way of avoiding it, because I think I'm right in saying that Ticketmaster actually have a relationship with a lot of venues. So the venues will only sell through Ticketmaster, and that's the only way that you can get tickets, or at least the only main way. A lot of tickets get given out to, like, credit card companies and whatnot to do giveaways and everything. But yeah, one of the only ways you can get tickets for certain venues is through Ticketmaster. So sometimes it's unavoidable. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that happened, of course, to you. I'm glad that it got sorted. But yeah, Ticketmaster, I don't really tend to go to that much stuff personally. And whenever I've used them, it's been okay. I can't say that I've personally had any, like, really bad issues, but I've read enough, you know? I've definitely read enough to see that other people have had a lot of struggles, and there's a lot of, as you said, fees that can be more than the actual tickets themselves. I seem to recall, I think it was last week tonight, you know, the John Oliver show. I seem to recall he did an episode on Ticketmaster and did a bit of a deep dive into them, and was kind of going off on their practices and whatever. So yeah, you're not alone, buds. It's definitely one that is not a fun part of trying to enjoy a live experience. Stephen, shout out to you, said, I'm looking forward to seeing how Netflix will work. I'm a bit worried about that, you know. Netflix will work. Royal Rumble 2025, you'll have to pay extra. Will you have to pay extra? Will the content stay the same? It's a huge deal. It is a huge deal. I think the content will stay the same. I'm not anticipating any changes. I don't think we get any changes to the content. I do think, though, that we will see the ad thing could be an issue. I've come to realize how much I actually appreciate the ads. I know many of you don't, and I understand. But actually, when something's happening and we go to an ad break, it allows us to just maybe talk about it. So there's actually a lot of times where we go to an ad break, and that allows us to go, wow, what did you think about that? And it actually allows us to kind of collect our thoughts, and it allows us to discuss what we've just seen. And obviously it allows people to go to the bathroom, get a drink, and, you know, whatever they want to do. So I actually think that not having any ad breaks for like a Raw is, I don't know how that's going to work or how I'm going to feel about it, to be honest. I mean, I suppose we're used to it from a pay-per-view point of view, but then that does have ad breaks. That has ad breaks in the sense of it's on Peacock, and Peacock, I believe, has ads. This one is going to be interesting because this is also going to have ads, isn't it? Because there is a version of Netflix where you have adverts. So I wonder how they're going to do it. Are they going to throw to those kinds of packages where they basically advertise network shows, you know? Check out this interview with Stone Cold on the Broken Skull sessions. Check out Swerved. Check out Camp WWE. Check out Table for Three. You know, if they're going to do stuff like that, then that'll be cool because it'll just allow us to collect our thoughts, which I know sounds weird, but when you've just watched a big promo that's had some juicy stuff in it, you don't really want to go straight to a match. Because you want to be able, well, I want to be able to talk about it. I want to go, what did you think about that? You know, do you think he was teasing this when he said this? Did you notice that in the background? You know, it allows, if we've got to go straight into a match, we've got to then turn our attention to the match, you know? And so how do we break that promo down? We can't really talk about it whilst the match is on because surely we should be paying attention to the match. So I've got a few concerns in that regard as well. Because we know that they've said there won't be adverts because there is a version of Netflix that a lot of people have got that doesn't have adverts. So I don't know what we're going to do with that. I don't expect the content to change. I think WWE is what WWE is. I don't expect that to change. I don't think we go TV 14 or anything like that. I think that you lose too much sponsorship. Advertising. I think that they have got a very young audience, which, as we said, over the last 10 years, there's a lot of kids, a lot more kids, it feels like, have been kind of coming into WWE. It's family entertainment, and to completely change that now, it would be hard to see what the benefit would be. Because they're breaking records at the moment, you know. They're making money hand over fist. They're getting, like, the biggest gates they've ever had. They're getting really good viewership, certainly for SmackDown. 2.5 million. Completely against the odds, you know. They were around 2.2, 2.3. At the moment, they're now doing 2.5. So, actually, SmackDown has seen a little increase recently as we have got The Rock and we're building to Mania. That's completely at odds with the rest of TV, which is going down, right? So what realm is there an argument to make any change? You can't make an argument that it's going to result in more money because they're making more money than they ever have before. You can't make an argument it's going to improve the ratings because the ratings are in a really good place. You know, all you're going to do is just alienate some of those advertisers that want to advertise. I mean, don't forget who their advertisers are. It's like flipping, what was it last year? Captain Crunch or whatever. We had dancing around. Prime. We had a dancing about at WrestleMania. I don't know what that breakfast cereal guy was, but they have got people. Snickers do advertising, and Slim Jim do advertising, and this is stuff which they want to reach as wide an audience as possible. So I don't know where you benefit by making it like a more adult orientated, other than people that are adults would say they would prefer it if they did that. That's it. But the truth is, those people are watching anyway. And just because this is a PG product, it doesn't mean it has to be like childish. It just means you can't get away with doing certain things. You can't have bloods, and you can't have certain bad language. So you've got some limitations, but it doesn't mean that the shows have to feel like flipping Peppa Pig. It doesn't mean that the shows have to feel like Bluey. It just means that we can't do certain things. So I don't expect the content to change. I don't see how it benefits the company. I don't see how it benefits to change the contents. Maybe if the ratings decline, maybe if they start losing some advertisers anyway, and they feel like a change might freshen things up and they haven't got much to lose. But right now, they're just killing it. Everything's just great. It's funny because if you look at the history of WWE, if you go back to the golden era, and if you look at the new generation era, and then if you look at recent years, you very quickly realize that the Attitude Era was the exception. The Attitude Era was the odd one out. It wasn't that wrestling was always Attitude Era and then we went childish or we went PG. We were PG in the 80s. We were very much PG in the 90s. And it was only because we were being forced into getting a bit of attitude because of WCW that we did the Attitude Era. And it worked at the time, but you wouldn't get away with a lot of that stuff now. Even if you was to bring back TV18, you wouldn't get away with the world is a different place than it was 25 years ago. Cancel culture is a very real thing. Wokeness is a very real thing. You wouldn't get away with a lot of the stuff that we were doing back then. I mean, look at Howard Stern. Howard Stern isn't making the same kind of content that he was. He's embarrassed by what he used to do back in the day. And he's not making that kind of stuff anymore. We don't have the Jerry Springer type show anymore. We do still have, in all fairness, South Park. They're holding out. We do still have South Park, but I just don't. A lot of the stuff that went down in the Attitude Era, you wouldn't be able to do. It's a very interesting conversation about what should WWE do going forward, but I struggle to make an argument as to why they need to change, because they're just killing it at the moment. Ratings, money, revenue, interest in the products. Every single show they put on seems to trend number one in the US. They just went to Australia, sold over 50,000 tickets in Australia. They came to the UK, they did 60-odd thousand for Clash at the Castle. They do obviously make tons of money in Saudi Arabia. They did 9,000 at a house show the other day. It's hard to make an argument that things would be even better. And as we said, I don't even think you'd get away with a lot of the stuff that people would really want to see if we brought an Attitude Era back. So, a very interesting conversation. So, Stephen, shout out to you. Izzy Girl said Ticketmaster prices are crazy. Patsy Klein. Anthony, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. I hope you are well. Why don't I acknowledge Roman? Can you tell me? I mean, shout out to you. I don't know why you don't acknowledge Roman. Is it because you think he's overrated? Is that a lot of people say that his title reign has gone on too long? I'm going to guess at that. Lewis said, did you ever watch Jeremy Kyle? Jeremy Kyle was a show on in the UK. I think it started about 9:30 in the morning, finished about 10:30. It was on one of our big TV show networks, and it's one of those where they got People that were probably out of work, that were from like the council estates. You know, it was very rare that you got someone that, you know, without being disrespectful, it was very rare that you got someone that had quite a bit of money, right? It was always like the poorer parts of society that would go on. Very Jerry Springer. And they would go on and it would be you're the father, why aren't you paying them, like, you know, to support the child? And the man will be like, I'm not the father. And then they do a DNA test and it turns out he is the father. Oh, big shock from the crowd. That was the Jeremy Kyle show. And it was one of those shows where if you wasn't at work and you got up to, you know, have some breakfast, whatever, you'd put the TV on. It'd be a show that you'd put on because, you know, it was bickering, it was arguing, it was, I don't know. It was weird. I mean, I would put it on. I would never go out of my way to watch it. But equally, if I was to turn the TV on at that time, then yeah, that would be the show I would watch. Because on the other side, you'd probably have some stupid antiques show, right? Where they're looking at spoons. Or on 4 you would probably have a rerun of MASH, or you'd have a rerun of Frasier, right? And I love Frasier, but that is a show that I've seen like so many times that, like, if I turn the TV on and it's on, I won't necessarily, you know, it might be Cheers, it might be King of Queens, it might be, what other shows do they tend to show in the morning? Oh, Everybody Loves Raymond, that's always on. For some reason, Cheers gets shown a lot over here. Everybody Loves Raymond, King of Queens gets shown a lot, Frasier gets shown a lot. Those are the shows I see a lot on Channel 4 in the morning. So, you know, it'd probably be one of them on Channel 4 at that time. Some Antique Spoons on BBC One, and probably some really random nature program on 2. So, of course, Jeremy Kyle on 3, where you've got some bickering, some arguing, you've got some shouting, you got a bit of drama. That's a lot more exciting, isn't it? So, yeah, I did. But it got took off, didn't it? Because this one guy basically went on the show, failed a lie detector test, and then committed suicide. Like, I think, I don't know if he thought, I don't know, because lie detectors aren't 100% accurate. So I don't know if he was adamant that he was telling the truth and the test was wrong, or if he was really trying to blag it and he got found out. I'm not sure which is, I don't know. I don't know that anyone knows, but he failed it anyway. And it meant that I think the woman that he loved didn't want anything to do with him, and, you know. And it's funny because as soon as that happened, there was an investigation into the show, and, you know, like the way that the staff were being treated, the way the guests had been treated, like all this stuff started to come out, and the show was cancelled then. And that was that. So yeah, that again is an example of a show which was around, how many years ago now? 6 years ago, 7 years ago, something like that. It was very popular. It was like, I suppose, Jerry Springer in a way, but you didn't tend to get the fights that you got on Jerry Springer. It was in the mornings, so you didn't really tend to get the fights, but there was a lot of shouting and a lot of bickering, a lot of arguing, and you know, people would get out their chairs and gesture, and then, you know, there might be the odds attempted scuffle, but you know, not Springer. It felt like they were having fights every episode. So I would say a less explosive Jerry Springer, but yeah, you can't get away with that though. You know, that kind of show is not on now, like on the daytime schedule, because it's seen as you taking advantage. Really, it's seen as you exploiting people that are worse off in society. You're basically taking their issues that they've got and you are putting them on TV for the world to be entertained by. And so, yeah, that's an example of how things changed. It's weird, though. At the time, you didn't really think of it that way, you know? You didn't really think of it that way. You just saw, because they also did help people. I mean, they did send people to rehab, and they did do these lie detector tests to try and establish the truth and whatever. So you didn't really, it was just really cheap form of entertainment, wasn't it? So, yeah, if it was on, I would have watched it, and I don't know, it's hard. Was I entertained by it? I mean, I must have been, otherwise I wouldn't have always watched it if ever I was off work, but I never went out my way to watch it. It's just compared to Antique Spoons, it was the better option. But can we acknowledge, can we all not argue about football, said Fortnite? Yep, no arguing about football or wrestling. There'll be no more arguing about wrestling either. Thank you. Daddy, shout out to you, buds. What do you think about the thing I tagged you in on X about CM Punk being teased on TV before his Survivor Series return? Well, I was tagged in something. I didn't. So there was something that I was tagged in, which was a credit card. So at Survivor Series, there was a credit cards thing, commercial. And, you know, like, this is brought to you by Capital One, you know, one of those. And someone has spotted in the background a very blurry image of what could be, like, CM Punk with his arms crossed, right? But it is so blurry that equally it could be anything, right? You could unblur it and it could turn out to be something completely different. So I looked at it and I was like, oh, I'd like to know obviously I'd like to know what the actual graphic of that is meant to be, because they've got a graphic and they've messed it up quite heavily actually. And I'd like to know what it was, because it does look like it, but it is what it is. And so for me, I'd want a bit more investigation into it, right? But apparently, was it someone said Tap Out Corner did a video on it, where they did a video saying, look at this, look at this. But to me, it doesn't make any sense. So Triple H said that CM Punk, no one knew he was coming back, right? It's a massive surprise that they tried to keep quiet. He only spoke to him about a week before. Apparently, CM Punk only signed the contract to actually come back to WWE on the day, right, of him actually being there. That was the day he signed the contract. There was actually an interview with Randy Orton the other day where Randy Orton said that just before he went out, Triple H grabbed him to one side and said, what do you, just so you know, I've got to tell you a few things. One of them, CM Punk's back tonight. And Orton was like, you're joking. And apparently Triple H went, no, we only sorted it the past few days. And that was a backstage conversation that Triple H had with Randy Orton. And that's come from Randy Orton, that he was told it was only sorted in the past few days. So Triple H gave us the timeline, said they met a week before. The contract was signed that morning. He's told Randy the exact same thing. So, you know, all the dirt sheets were under the impression he hadn't signed. None of the talent knew, apart from the main event that went out. They got told before their match, listen, just so you know, CM Punk's happening. There is, it just doesn't make sense. There is no part of me that thinks that they decided to get an image of CM Punk, blur it, and put it in the background of this credit card thing that no one noticed, apart from this Tap Out Corner, right? That no one... what is the payoff? What is the benefit? What is the point in doing it? Like, if they'd have turned around after and gone, oh, did you notice this? But they didn't. And there's no need for that to be... I think, my honest opinion is, if you unblur that picture, it's not CM Punk. That's my honest opinion. I think if you unblur the picture, it won't be CM Punk. Because it makes no sense whatsoever. No sense at all for that picture to be CM Punk. Like, for them to, like, plant a little tease doesn't make any... For me, this is an example of what happened with SummerSlam. So fans were adamant that Bray was going to come back at SummerSlam because the SummerSlam graphic in 2022, part of it was black and red in the graphic. There was a part of it that was black and red in lines. And I remember people going, he's coming back. He's definitely coming back. Look at this. This is the clue. Because that's the exact same as the trousers that he wears. Look at the pattern. The black and the red lines. It's exactly the same. He's coming back at SummerSlam. And he didn't. He didn't. It turns out that they were just black and red lines and that it didn't mean anything. So I really, really think that this is just another example of that. It's a blurry... And when I say you cannot even make out that it is actually CM Punk, it just like it's just got a bit of a cross on it. It's one of those where I'd love to see the graphic, because if it did turn out that it was Punk, then I think we've got a conversation. Then there's a conversation to be had, because why did they use that graphic? But it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for a deal that came together so last minute for them to just shove. And when I say tiny, I mean like it's like this big in the background. It's nothing, right? It's not like a big image. It's like this little tiny square. And I reckon if you unblurred it, my guess is that it would be nothing to do with CM Punk. So that's my honest opinion. So it's one of those that you go, oh, that's interesting. I would like to see that image. I'd like to know what that image is. I don't know there's a way of finding it, but for example, is there another of that kind of credit card? Is there another one of those where it's not as blurry in the background? Maybe like we can then see what that image was. Did they blur it as time went by? Or I don't know. Maybe it was Punk and maybe it's been blurred for years. I don't know. But then saying that, probably not, because he left in 2014. So I just think it's a shape. It might not even be an image that's blurred. It's probably just a shape. It's one of those where, you know, we did it on Unseen, where you looked at the dog's fur and you could see her face. And I think it was Kenny from My Thoughts was like, what do I get if I see Kevin Owens? My honest opinion is it's that. That's my honest opinion. So... I don't know. The fact that Tap Out Corner made a little short video, no, it wasn't even a short video. I think it was just a short. Honestly, good for them. That's my honest opinion. But I not enough for me to put in Unseen. Where is Mitchell? Mitchell says Ole Anderson has passed away. Has he? That's a shame. I think, was he not getting on a little bit? I mean, not that it matters, but yeah. 81 Ole Anderson. Wow. That, I wonder, first thing that comes to my mind is, are they going to pay respects at Revolution? Because, of course, he was a founding member of the Four Horsemen. So, with Ric Flair being there, you would think that he will be, they will want to play a part in that. Or they will want to honor him. So, yeah, wow. Jim Crockett, WCW, 85 to 94. I was just looking to see what he did before that. I know him as a founding member of the Horsemen. I don't really know what he did before that, but looking at his Wikipedia, Georgia Championship Wrestling is what he was doing like before that. He did a booking and things along those lines. He had some backstage roles and everything. Says that he went into retirement in 1996. Since 96, he stayed away from the sport, but he did write a book titled Inside Out. He also teased having a bit of animosity with former partner and friend Ric Flair after criticizing him for wrestling the same kind of match for years. In WWE's biography, Flair recalled that upon returning to WCW from WWF in 1993, Ole was WCW's head booker at the time, asked what good he was to WCW after losing a loser leaves town match with Mr. Perfect. Flair took it as a personal attack. In July of 2007, Gerwick.net reported that Anderson had multiple sclerosis and had gotten worse with decreased mobility. So it looks like he'd been struggling for quite a while, unfortunately. But he had been out of wrestling for a long, long time by this point. It's funny. I'm 99.9% certain that you know the Shockmaster moment when the Shockmaster bursts through the wall and he falls over and the helmet comes off and all that stuff. I'm 99.9% certain that the voice of the Shopmaster in that famous clip is Ole Anderson. Hello, Sid. I'm sure that because it wasn't Fred Ottman that was doing the voice because he had the helmet on. There was no mic under there. I'm sure it was Ole Anderson backstage with a microphone. I think we even mentioned it. I seem to it's in my mind because we did the LOL video on it. But yeah, he was someone that was like WCW, Jim Crockett, 80s, 90s. He was one of the original Horsemen. Just looking at his achievements, I mean, loads of championships, Mid-Atlantic championships that he won, Georgia Championship Wrestling, loads of stuff that he won there. NWA Hall of Fame in 2010. Observer, he hasn't gone into the Observer Hall of Fame, which is interesting. But he did win Tag Team of the Year when he was in a team with Stan Hansen in 1982. That was Observer Newsletter. But yeah, a big name, to be honest. Ole Anderson did a lot with pro wrestling, both in front of the camera as a wrestler and as a booker behind the scenes. And as we just read there, like he was head booker of WCW as well. He was the top guy, the guy that was really like steering the ship. And seems like, unfortunately, he did kind of fall out, if you will, with Rick. But I would imagine that relationship repaired itself. I would imagine it repaired itself over time. Heals all wounds. So hopefully they did. It'd be such a shame if he passed away and they never kind of made up, you know. But he played a big part in Ric Flair's life. So Ric Flair will be, I've no doubt, choked about that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do some sort of, even if it's just a graphic. I don't think they'll do one tonight. They haven't got much time. But they could do a graphic at the start of the show. That wouldn't surprise me. It was just if they've got time to do it tonight. But Revolution, I would imagine that they might have a graphic. Dynamite, definitely. So, Mitchell, thank you. Sebastian Flintham said, I heard that MJF from AEW is at Monday Night Raw. Well, I mean, it depends who you've heard that from, to be honest, because there is a lot of fake news that does the rounds. So I would say that if that is true, I would say that you would have seen it from some big accounts. If MJF was there, then Fightful would be on that. Meltzer would be on that. They've all got contacts. So if MJF is floating around backstage, it would be out, you know. I'm sure WrestleVotes would be on it. Everyone would be on it. So depends who you hear. If you're hearing it off some random account, then take it with a pinch of salt. But could be interesting. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Aaron said, I just want to give a shout out to Sting. First time I saw him was in TNA. I was such a fan. I was so scared of Joker. Scared. Was you scared, was you, buds? Start crying, did you, mate? Scared. I was so scared of Joker Sting. SS returns so good. Survivor Series, yeah, that was amazing. Sunday, it's showtime for the final time. Thank you, Sting. Yeah, you know, he's one. I think it's so difficult. I'm gonna say one of. I'll settle on that. He's one of my favorite non-WWE wrestlers ever. He might be the one that had the biggest impact on me. In fact, I think he is. And I know, like, you can't really say non-WWE, but come on. I appreciate he was there in 2014 at Survivor Series. I appreciate he had a match at WrestleMania. I still class him as non-WWE because what we ended up doing with him was so atrocious. He lost the match to Triple H at WrestleMania 31. He ended up getting buckle bombed into retirement by the time he had another match with Seth. I mean, I think he has like 4 matches. I think a couple of them are just throwaway on Raw. Really don't mean much. The 2 big matches he has, one of them he loses and is pretty awful. And the other one, he ends up getting so hurt he has to retire. So I'm still going to class him as non-WWE. But yeah, he's got to be the one that had the biggest impact on me. The fact that we never got him and Undertaker will forever be the dream match of mine that got away. And it was funny because I was just reading the other day about like how people wish that we had seen him and say Shawn Michaels. Like how that would have been an amazing match, and like if we could have done him and Cena, him and Orton, imagine Sting and Orton, how sick that would have been. Like the amount of incredible matches that we could have done with Sting in WWE, WWF, like because WCW goes in 2001. And we can't get Sting. Sting's not interested, doesn't trust how he'll be used. So can't get Sting. Sting then, I think, for a year or so, kind of works the indies, does the odd show, but then ends up going to like TNA. I think he only does a little bit, and then he kind of goes away again. I seem to recall that he was there, and then he wasn't for a bit, and then he goes back and has his main run. But yeah, like really from 2001... going all the way up until he finally arrives in 2014. The vast majority of that time is taken up with him being in TNA. And it's such a missed opportunity. Like, there's so many great matches we could have had during that time period had he have been in WWE rather than in TNA. But he was in TNA, and I don't know, I'm guessing there was some fantastic stuff there. Him in TNA, I'm sure there's a video somewhere on the internet that will tell me what he was like in TNA. I never watched TNA, so I have no idea. I know what Joker Sting is, and I know about him and Jeff Hardy at Victory Roads. I know that he did win their world title, but I can't tell you big feuds, big matches. It's TNA was never on my radar. So maybe I should watch a history of Sting in TNA type video. I'm sure there's a few of those around. But yeah, I mean, just talking about him in WCW, the only thing I can say is that I was a big WWF fan, of course, right? WCW was on my radar, but I never really sat down and watched it. I didn't have anything against it. It's just I knew who I liked, and I liked the WWF guys because those are the guys that I'd watched. So if ever I was around my grandma's, then I would be in the back room, TV would be on, and sometimes WCW would come on. And I would see these people come out that I didn't really care for. There was people that would come out that were a bit generic, people that, I don't know, couldn't even give you names, to be honest, but they didn't really have like anything that caught my eye. And I remember watching this one show in particular where people would come out, and it would be wrestling, so as a kid you watch it anyway, right? But there wasn't really anything that was grabbing my attention. And then Sting came out, and you only needed to see Sting and see the reaction the crowd had to Sting to fall in love with Sting. I mean, when I was watching, he was Surfer Sting, so, you know, the blonde hair, the face paints, like the reaction when he comes out, the music, like you looked at him and immediately it's like, who is this guy? Like just a diamond. Just the presentation nailed it when he was Surfer Sting. He just killed it. It was just, before he even did anything in the ring, he didn't even have to do it. He didn't have to say anything. He just looked so cool. He looked so cool. He demanded your attention. And I remember then, because I've seen him, I would see him at, say, Car Boots or whatever. You know, I would see a figure of him, or I would see a video game that had him on the cover, or there would just be something that you would see once in a while. And he was always someone I was so intrigued by. And, you know, I would turn that show on when I went round my grandma's just to see if he would be on. I would turn the TV on just to see him. And a lot of the times he wasn't on. So, I mean, it was a case of like, you know, that's kind of how it was for me growing up. Like, it wasn't a case of like sitting down and watching wrestling on a regular weekly basis. WWF I would get whenever I got a tape. I didn't have the channel to watch it, so I would have to wait for videotapes to watch and catch up and watch whatever I could. in regards to WCW, all I knew was that it was on a Sunday. I didn't even know what time it was on, but I knew it was on a Sunday, and I would hope that I would find it and that it would be on, and then I'd have to hope he would be on. And back then, you didn't get all the big stars every single week. Back then, it wasn't like now. You tune into Raw, you're probably seeing Seth, you're probably seeing Becky, you're probably seeing those. But back in the day, the shows weren't as long, and they used to rotate the talent a lot. So someone like Sting, you'd see, I don't know, once a month or something on TV. So he just had such this big effect on me. And then as you get older, and you kind of learn a bit more about what stations carry what shows and what times they're on, and you can start to schedule things a bit more. Then I would start to see a bit more of his stuff. And certainly as the internet came in and we got the internet, then you could search for stuff a bit more. And, it's mental how in the early 90s we sort of went from having nothing, no internet, no mobile phones, to like 10 years later. That 10 years is so strange. Going from, say, 93 or 94 to 2004. I mean, it's like a different world. Technology-wise, it's just like we've gone to a different... it was such a shake-up to go from 94 to 2004. You can't even explain it. There is no way I can explain to you how much of a mind messing that was. 1994, there is a TV. And that is it. And a phone at home, right? Which, that's it. 10 years later, there's the internet and mobile phones. And I don't even know if by that... I mean, we had text by that point, but I don't know that we had... Even in 2004, did we have YouTube and stuff like that on phones by that point? I'm not sure. Maybe it was just coming in at that point. But, that period there is just what a shift in technology, man. What a shift. So it is strange trying to explain to people that are young about like what it was like before the internet and before mobile phones and before what we have now. You can't really paint the picture of what it was like. It was a different world. And once you get the internet, your access to watching stuff just, incredible. Absolutely incredible. So then you could start to catch up on stuff, and I could start to really understand him and understand his feuds and see him with his matches with Ric Flair and see him feuding with the NWO, and you could really fill in the blanks. And then, of course, 2014, we get the network. So then you can just go mental and just start hammering shows, So, yeah, Sting, for me, is one of the greatest. I don't think anyone outside of WWE had a bigger impact on me than him. I think that he is someone that I really have just the utmost respect for, and I just really, really wish that he had spent longer in WWE. I wish he'd got there earlier. I wish we'd done more with him. I wish we'd done better things with him. We will always have his arrival at Survivor Series. If you've never seen it, I put that match on my WWE Mount Rushmore of matches. And people think I'm crazy for it, right? People think that I've lost my mind if you think about the matches we've had. The Survivor Series 2014 match where Sting arrives it's not even in doubt. It's on my Mount Rushmore of matches. And there's only 4 spots. And that is on there because it was just one of the best moments I've ever seen. It just is one of the best moments in WWE history where he finally arrives in WWE. And the way it was done was so perfect as well. Dolph Ziggler is just down, up against it. He's battling away, he's fighting away, he's desperately trying to bring down the authority. It's 3 against 1, and even then Triple H on the outside of the ring is cheating and trying to cost Dolph Ziggler, even though he's having to fight 3 people. You've got he's outnumbered, all this kind of stuff. He needs help. And then that's where Sting arrives to, even up the score. It's just so perfect. If you've never seen it, you have to watch it. Survivor Series 2014, you have to watch it. It's perfect. It's just amazing. I love it. It's on my Mount Rushmore. So, yeah, Well said. I will miss him as well. I really will. I think part of me always wanted him to leave AEW and just even do a little something back in WWE. Part of me just always still believed maybe there's a chance. I mean, clearly we won't get him an Undertaker, but I don't know. Part of me is like, maybe there's a chance we could. At WrestleMania 40, maybe we could do, like, maybe we could. I mean, to be honest, we could sign him and we could do moments with him. I mean, I don't know if he's out of contract now, but WWE should get him, should snap him up, Legends deal, and, have him come out at WrestleMania. We can still do moments, even if we can't do matches, Imagine a moment where Deadman Undertaker comes back, which Undertaker said he would never do, but somehow seemed to do for a Saudi football match the other day, because money was involved. Well, if we get money involved again, maybe he can bring the Deadman back and we get the face-off. We get Sting in the ring with Undertaker face-to-face with Sting. Like, oh my God, that would be so good. That would be so good. And maybe they just shake hands. Maybe there's just a respect between them. They shake hands and they go their separate ways. Or maybe then, like, we send down a couple of jobbers for them to beat up, That would make sense, wouldn't it? Or maybe there's a couple of jobbers. Oh, imagine that. Imagine. Oh, my God. Book it. Triple H, if you need to be watching this, because we've already sorted out the Tiffany match. Have a couple of guys in the ring, right, that are running down wherever we are for WrestleMania. So this show would be Philadelphia. So you have, I don't know, flipping Pretty Deadly in there, right? Running down Philadelphia. And then all of a sudden, you've got Sting's music plays, right? People go crazy as Sting walks out onto the entrance stage and he stands there with the bat in his hand staring at the heels. And as everyone's losing their mind because Sting's here, oh my God, the gong sounds and out steps Undertaker, who stands next to Sting, and these two just turn and stare at each other, Sting and Undertaker. They then look back at the ring, start making their way down to the ring, and you've got Pretty Deadly in there that have just laid into the crowds, with Sting and Undertaker walking down to the ring. And then, of course, they clean house, shake hands in the ring, segment done. We all go off and we make babies. Amazing. Book it now. I need it. I deserve it. Yeah? I didn't get the match, so give me that instead, please. But if Sting gets inducted into the AEW Hall of Fame, that would then be 3 promotions and 3 Hall of Fames that he has been inducted into, says Defcon. He deserves it. Put him in all of them. Emil said, Days, I've tweeted you a video of Miz locked in his room. Thank you. I honestly, I'm drowning, mate. I'm drowning. I don't know. It will take me hours just to go through my notifications. I've just got so much stuff. I think I get tagged in a lot of the same stuff. But as I keep saying, it's no problem. Like, I wouldn't want anyone to think, oh, shall I send him that? Just send it. Because I would much rather have it, and even if I've had it times before, I might not have had it. So I would much rather have it and go through it than not have it at all, So, yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate being tagged in stuff. Some people, I might have to start giving them some guidance, though. I think there's some stuff where I'm being tagged in, like, I think everything they see. There's some people where I'm getting like 100 tweets a day that I'm being tagged in. So I think, don't be offended if I give a little bit of feedback going, yeah, I don't really need this going forwards, or this is the stuff, this is perfect, or whatever. Because I might have to start doing that. But no, it's brilliant. I mean, look, if the end result is that the unseen videos are going to be as informative and as entertaining as possible, then that's all we're trying to do, isn't it? So, right, here we go then, my friends. Disloyal said it's time to get raw. Neil said Netflix should make this available for all subscribers, not only in America. We all pay the same fees. Okay, here we are. R-Truth said he was going to San Francisco. We're in San Jose, so that's a problem for R-Truth. But here is Drew McIntyre. He has arrived. Here is Becky Lynch as well. So Becky is is that Ric Flair? Ric Flair on the truck in the background. So we're just seeing a recap of Elimination Chamber. Cody needs a Homelander type of promo as the American Nightmare, said Elizabeth. I'm guessing that R-Truth is now in San Juan, Puerto Rico, said David. Dort Knight said, if you pay me £5 a day, I'll go through all your tweets. I don't even know if that would be good value, actually. I'm definitely open to doing that. £5 a day sounds good deal. I gotta tell you, though, it's going to take you many, many hours. Many, many hours. Did you say Ric Flair's at Raw? No, well, I did, but he was on the side of a truck. I saw an image in the background of Flair, and I was like, what's that? But it was the side of the truck. That doesn't really mean anything. I mean, I don't, it's weird that, isn't it? I mean, I don't think he's under any sort of deal because he's clearly under a deal with AEW. So the trucks have done that before where people have seen like Eric Rowan on the side of the truck, who also can't be under any kind of deal. But they only wrap the truck so many times, don't they? They're not going to really re-wrap the truck because someone's left, but they probably should, I suppose. If they're not under any sort of deal, I wonder how that legally works. I mean, I can't imagine Ric Flair's bothered. I should imagine he loves having his face being driven around the country. Same with Eric Rowan as well. So I can't see it that it's an issue, but it's an interesting one. If someone wanted to make an issue out of it, it'd be a very interesting one. But yeah, it was side of the truck. That was all. How many matches do you want to see each night? Well, I'm a big believer in shows not being longer than 3 hours. I did think Elimination Chamber went a bit too long. It was like 3.5. So I did say the other day, like, if we could have shaved 15 minutes, 20 minutes off, like, that would have been better for me. There's this whole argument about quantity or quality. I'm very much quality. Very, very much quality. I think if you buy, like, a boxing event and you know, a lot of people only care about the main event. They're not bothered about the undercard. A lot of people will buy a boxing thing and they'll get their snacks. They'll chat with their friends. They'll have the undercard on, but they're not tuning in for every single fight. So to me, the argument of quantity is a strange one because it's not really how it works when people buy Tyson Holyfield, you know? If people are buying Fury and Ngannou, they might watch the main event, but how many people are sitting there watching the whole card? It's not really the done thing. So I kind of think that with wrestling, it is different. It is different. Like, people do pay attention to the full card in wrestling, so it is different. But that shouldn't mean that we're looking for 4-5 hour cards, you know? I still think 3 hours is more than acceptable. So I don't know that it's about number of matches. I think Elimination Chamber showed us 4 matches and a talk show segment. Took us to 3.5 hours, which was more than enough for me. So yeah, not worried about the number of matches. More interested in the quality and the runtime. I wouldn't exceed 3.5. But for WrestleMania, you know, I do understand that you've got to try and get as many people on as possible. If that ends up going 4 hours each day, then, you know, so be it. I won't moan about it. But even WrestleMania, I don't want that going over 4 hours. I just think it's really hard to be that... I find it hard to be engaged and enthusiastic and emotionally connected to something that's going to go on much longer than that, you know? I think it's exhausting. I find it exhausting. I find it exhausting to care and be emotionally involved for something that just goes on and on and on and on and on. I mean, WrestleMania 35 was, I think they play it at Guantanamo Bay as like some sort of torture. It went on, like, I think with the kickoff show, it was about 7 hours long. I mean, literally, so you subject someone to that, you're getting all the secrets out of them. Here's Rhea Ripley. I mean, I was talking. I was here. I was letting people know who was in charge of stuff, and I didn't even know the details. I was like, please, it needs to end. That is and you know what? That WrestleMania, it didn't only break me. I think it broke WWE because that's when we did two nights. WrestleMania 36 is the first one where we do 2 nights. Rhea bloody Ripley's in the ring. So Dominic introduced her. He got booed out the building, as always. Rhea chants. This weekend, I walked into my home country. I walked in as the Women's World Champion, and I walked out as the Women's World Champion. Nia Jax might have been the biggest threat. But it doesn't matter how big you are. Right, here's big time. So Rhea was gloating away, talking about being from down under, but even though she's from down under, she's always on top. And here comes Becky Lynch with a big smile on her face. Looks like she's wearing the kind of gear you would expect from like a 90s girl group. Like, she could be in TLC. But here she is, big time in the ring. E. Wilkie, 1993. Shout out to you, buds. Just wondered, when you write down notes, is it details about promos or what is it? It's a bit of everything, actually. So the main thing that I've started writing down is the matches and the scores. So that's what I write down. So at the moment, I've literally just got the words Rhea Ripley so that I know what opened the show. I don't really tend to write too much down because I think it can get a little bit distracting. But I need to write down the match scores, so that's what I tend to write down. But to be honest, that has changed. I mean, back not that long ago when I used to do like recaps, I used to write down like pretty much everything that was going on. And even now I'll still write down key lines from promos because I want to be able to recall those maybe at the end of the stream or if we do opinions video or whatever it might be. So it's a good question, that is. But right now it just says Rhea Ripley, and that's all. That's as exciting as it gets. But I will have all the scores for the matches. I've got, like, here, these are some of the older ones. Just really badly written, but the names of the matches and what they actually scored. Made a mistake on that one, but blah, blah, blah. So it's not very exciting. Okay, we got Becky. All your friends and family were there to watch your victory. What an atmosphere. Oh, what an atmosphere. She says they're going to go to WrestleMania to watch you lose. Dominic trying to talk. Neil said, I find your comments on Jeremy Kyle disrespectful. I'm a working class man who watched it. I also watched Jerry Springer. Yeah, it's not about who was watching. I used to watch it as well. I don't think it's unfair or disrespectful to say that the people that went onto the show were people that needed money. I've actually watched a documentary on it, and they said that they would target people in like council estates, whatever, and they also didn't care if it was made up. There was a whole Channel 5 documentary that was on it. So I watched that because I thought it was quite an interesting subject. So I don't think they were disrespectful comments, to be honest. I think they were factual. But it wasn't about who was watching the show. Everyone used to watch the show. It was about who they targeted to have on the show. Supportington says, how are you? I'm doing good, thank you. Doing good. Just listening to Becky. She's just kind of cutting a pretty standard promo. She said that she can do it all, including beating Rhea Ripley. Never disrespect my Latino heat, says Rhea. Smile on the face of Becky. There's quite a size difference, isn't there? Is that because she's wearing like big heels or something? You say you're the backbone. The man always thinks they're the backbone of everything. Behind every great man. Oh yeah, look at her heels. Can you hear that cheer? Behind every great man, there's a greater woman, and all you can hear are like these really high-pitched cheers. Yeah! They love this mommy's always on top thing, don't they? She just spams that all the time. Mommy's always on top. Mommy's always on top. I found that a bit dull, to be honest. I didn't think that was very good at all. It was just catchphrase central. Mommy's always on top, blah, 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 blah. Becky came out. Gonna beat you, blah, blah. They're kind of real boring standards. Ah, here we go, though. Nia is gonna sneak Becky. Okay, well, there we go. We got something from it. Nia attacking Becky, and this was the first match we had this year. Leg drop over at Rhea. She's got a smile on her face. No, it's done. You already lost, Nia. Nia going against the ropes again, looking to drop the leg. Again, Becky being dragged into the corner. Nia is climbing up. Okay, we've got people coming in to try and stop Nia from coming crashing down on Becky. Adam Pearce has jumped into the ring as well. Nia is up top. She's getting back down. And getting out of the ring. There we go. Nia just has to squash someone weekly. Disloyal Cream said the rematch we needed, Becky versus Nia. Richard Jr. said who'll be facing Zoe Stark at WrestleMania 40. I think she'll just go into a tag thing. I don't think that she will get a singles match. She'll probably be in a tag match. If she's not in a tag match, she might find her way into a battle royal. It's difficult because there's so many superstars. You know, Naomi has just come back. Tiffany Stratton is super hot right now. You've got Bianca. You've got, you know, people wondering if Jade will find a way onto the cards. You got Michin trying to reinvent herself. You got Zelina that's making noise about wanting an opportunity. Like, there's just so many people that are around, and I feel like Zoe is just in that mix. So, you know, even Ivy Nile, who's come along, has got that kind of strength, you know? Which is kind of Zoe's remit, really, that she is quite strong. But then you've got Ivy Nile, who's also strong, and then you've got Bianca, and you've got Jade, and, you know, Raquel's just come back. I mean, I sadly think Zoe runs the risk of just being lost in the shuffle for this WrestleMania season. She should still make the cards, but I wonder if we do those showcase tag matches again. We did them last year, didn't we? I wasn't too keen on them. Wasn't really a reason for them, was there? That was like where we had 4 tag teams. We had a men's on the one day. We had the women's on the other. We had 4 tag teams competing against each other. She might, if we do that, she might end up in that. Or if we do the women's battle royal, she might end up in that. Right, coming up next, Sami Zayn against Shinsuke. Not the start I was looking for, to be honest. To be brutally honest. But Sami getting some sick graphics. I'm surprised they've not utilized Jade more, said Wes. They made a big deal out of signing her, only to use her at the Rumble. Green, yes, but it doesn't mean you can't use her somewhere. That's true. Trina said, to be fair, the men's showcase was fun. Yeah, it was fun. I think the problem with it is it just doesn't mean anything, and it is just a way of getting people onto the cards. I just think, like, we were doing... The Battle Royals were the reason, like, to get people on the card. So I feel like you can do them on the card and you can showcase more people that way. Like, you get more people on the card if you do the Battle Royals. I wonder if they just thought, like, you can't do much in a Battle Royal. At least with a showcase, you can showcase. You can show off a bit more. In a Battle Royal, it's just a load of people against the ropes trying to either eliminate someone or not get eliminated. So I wonder if they looked at it and were like, nah, it's quite limiting. You can't really do much. You're not really showcasing the talent. They're out there, but what can they really do to grab your eye, unless they get down to the final few, you know? I think you could do the showcase matches, but I would much rather that they counted for something. I can't even remember if the winner's got a title shot, you know? I don't remember. I don't think they did. Maybe if they did, that might help, but to be honest, I can't even guarantee that they didn't have that last time. There might have been a stipulation last time, and I was still a bit... It's hard, isn't it? I think when you're building up such big feuds and you're building up like title matches and all this kind of stuff, like, you sort of know what the showcase match is. It's just a way of getting people on the card in front of the casual fans, which you could make the argument there's a place for that, but I'd much rather that it meant something. Am I right in saying, I think they did do it one year where the winners got a title opportunity the next day? Was that last year? Where the winners of the showcase actually got to face the women's tag champs the next day or later that day? That seems to be in my head. I don't think that was last year. Might have been 38, where the winners went on to face for the actual titles. That's not a bad idea, is it? Win the showcase and then get an actual title match, like, the next day. Wouldn't mind that. PJ93 said, how did Becky's The Man gimmick come about? Oh, because of her nose. So she broke her nose, and, like, you know, she was basically the man. I mean, she became the face of the company. She was it. So... she got so big, bigger than any woman has ever got in WWE. I don't think there's any woman that's ever been as big as what Becky was. I mean, to the point where she main evented WrestleMania 35. So she main evented it. And she became for a very short time, she was the face of the company. She was the biggest thing they had. She was on the cover of the video game along with Roman. Like, it was her and Roman. And honestly, it probably could have just been her on her own. But that moment where Nia breaks her nose, that's got to be one of the most iconic images of, like, recent years. Is... Like, Nia breaks her nose. She's meant to face Is it Ronda? I think she's meant to face Ronda at Survivor Series. It was going to be Becky versus Ronda. And because of that broken nose, she was out. I think we put Charlotte in instead. So we end up getting Charlotte and Ronda, which was really good. But yeah, that moment where she's up in the stands, blood all coming down her nose, and she's just standing there like, is that all you've got? She just went to the moon, man. She went to the moon. So yeah, she became the face of the company. Everywhere, like, you know, she was the talk of the town, and she became the man. And so it kind of all came out of that. And you know, once they get like a catchphrase like that, you know they run with it. I mean, look at Jey Uso, who said yeet at that press conference, and now it's a major part of his gimmick. So. Right, we're backstage with Jackie Redmond and Nia Jax. Let's see what Nia's got to say. It should be me. Nia Jax said it shouldn't be Becky, it should be me. Did she leave her memory in Perth? Expect that to be 10 times for Liv. Is she facing Liv tonight? Liv versus Nia Jax. Right, Sami Zayn is in the ring. It's going to be Sami against Shinsuke in the opening match. This could cook, man. This could bang. Is Shinsuke then... I mean, God, these two are so good. They're both so good in the ring. Days, I know how big of a fan you have been of Sting's career. I know you don't watch AEW. Will you tune in for the retirements? I really don't know, to be honest. I don't know. It's not that I've got anything against AEW. It's just that I'm so focused on doing unseen videos. So I could buy it, just have it on in the background. But I don't know, it's a tricky one. It's a real tricky one because I haven't really seen the card. But from what I've heard, nothing really grabs me. You know, Samoa Joe in a triple threat. I think everyone knows I'm not a big fan of championships in triple threats. So I like Swerve. If it was Samoa Joe against Swerve one-on-one, I might be a bit more into that than him and Hangman. I mean, it's a fine match. You know, it sounds like it'll be okay, but I can't say that's one that's like massively grabbing my attention. I just don't know the cards. To be honest, I don't really know the card, but from what I've seen, there's not really much that's like... It's only Sting's thing that really has got my interest. And I don't even like the match. I don't even like the match. Him, like... I know it was his choice, but him having his final match against the Young Bucks, it doesn't do it for me. It's not. I would only be buying the pay-per-view for that final moment, which I already know moments later will be on the internet. Everyone will have clips of it on Twitter. I'm sure AEW will put a clip out on social media on their YouTube channel. So it's one of those, like, do I pay? I don't know how much it is, £20, whatever. Really just for that moment, which I think is already going to be out there as soon as it's done. So I gotta be honest, at the moment, I'm probably leaning more towards no. I really like Sting. I really want to see that moment where, whatever goes down, you know, whatever happens, I'd like to see it. But I'm fairly confident that I'll see it. I'm fairly confident that literally 2 minutes, 3 minutes after it's finished, there'll be clips on social media. And then the rest of it, I can't say I'm that bothered by. So I haven't really made a call. I mean, you know, maybe I'll be sitting here and I'll be like, yeah, why not? I can go through my Twitter whilst having it on in the background, kind of a thing. But I'm just very, very dialed into WWE, and I really think the channel has benefited. I really think that all my concerns, if you will, in the past about getting too distracted by football, too distracted by Super Bowl, Olympics, a football channel, AEW, like do anything that was stopping me from really focusing on WWE, I have felt for quite a while has been a distraction. But I've enjoyed doing it. You know, I love doing the Olympics. I love doing the World Cup. I love doing the Euros. I love doing the football channel. But I have also, at the same time, felt that it has took me away from doing WWE content. Look at what we're achieving now that we are fully dialed in. Now that we are 100% focused on just WWE. I would argue the channel is in as good a place as it's ever been. I would argue the channel is, you know, doing well at the moment, and that things are good and people are really engaged, and I think we're doing some content that people really enjoy. So my focus is just so there at the moment, even to the cost of UFC, to be honest. You know, even like fight nights, UFC fight nights, I haven't been moving mountains to make sure that we do get to those, because again, my priority now is Unseen and making sure Unseen is as good as possible. So yeah, I can't say. I really can't sit here and say if I will end up getting it or not. I would say at the moment I'm probably leaning more towards no, but that could change. Ryan said, do you think Bianca Jade will happen? I'm gonna lean to no. It was interesting because earlier we had a conversation about, is it too soon for Tiffany Stratton to have a big singles match? I would say for her, no, because we've seen her in big singles matches in NXT and she delivered. She's good. She can wrestle. She can work. We saw what she did in the moments that she was spotlighted in the chamber. I think she left that show as the MVP of the show. I think you could make the argument. I know that you'd say Rhea. I mean, you've got to have Rhea on that show, of course. But if you take Rhea as a given, then I think that you would maybe agree that the MVP was Tiffany Stratton. I thought she killed it. Absolutely killed it. So Tiffany is one that she's only been here for a hot minute, but because of NXT and because we've been watching her for years in NXT, it doesn't feel like she's brand new. It doesn't feel like she's just arrived. It sort of feels like we've watched her build up to this moment and we sort of know that she can do it. In regards to Jade, I can only go by what I saw in AEW, and what I saw in AEW was someone that was very limited. What I saw in AEW was someone that needed a lot of work, and we've said that all along. So I can't sit here with much confidence and say that she's ready to put on a banging match at WrestleMania, because I never saw any banging match out of her in AEW. It would come down to what progress has she made since she signed. What progress has she made at the PC? And obviously we don't have visibility on that, so I can't really say. But I would say no. I would say it's a match to make. I would say it's a match that we definitely do. But do we do it now? Or do we do it next year? Or do you do it at SummerSlam if you really want to get it? Do you do it at SummerSlam? I would treat Jade like Ronda. I think I'd be tempted to put her in a tag match. I'd put her on WrestleMania. I'd have no problems with that, but I think I'd put her in some sort of tag match, or I would put her in some sort of match where she is heavily, heavily protected. So I'm going to lean towards no with Jade Bianca. I actually, in my WrestleMania prediction card, I had Jade and Bianca as a team going up against the Kabuki Warriors. I still think that makes a lot of sense. You could tease that they're going to have a match, and you could have it where they're staring at each other and then have the Kabuki Warriors attack. And then that means they've got a common enemy, and just for a short time, they're going to have to come together. and maybe they win the tag titles from the Kabuki Warriors. And then all of a sudden, these two girls that don't really like each other, were never meant to be in a team, now find themselves being tag team champions and having to try and coexist. And we know that WWE love that story. Can they coexist? So for me, that would be a way that I would go, because I think you can make it make sense. The team can split. Maybe you do the match at SummerSlam. And it's a way of protecting Jade. It's a way of getting Bianca on the card. It's a big team for the Kabuki Warriors to face. I think that ticks a lot of boxes. I think that ticks more boxes than Jade versus Bianca, which I would not be convinced would be a great match. Beautiful driver. Sami going for the cover. Shoulder up. We are back to Raw, and we are underway with Sami and Shinsuke. Right, we answered that one. And Mitchell said they said Sami is a 6-time champ in WWE. I looked it up, and he's NXT champ, 3-time IC champ. He winning with Kevin is credited twice. I guess the tag belts are still considered 2 belts. Don't know, to be honest. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. You can't really, because they're the undisputed tag team titles now. So, like, it shouldn't really count as, because they've sort of been unified. So, no, they shouldn't. Knee by Shinsuke. Did you look on the Wikipedia, did you? 1, 2, 3, yeah. Don't know. That's an interesting one. Whether they are counting both. Unless, did they hold him before, maybe? Was he tag champs with Kevin before? Could it be that they won them previous? I can't remember them winning them previous, but they could have won them previous. I would have to go back and look in the history. No, I mean, for me, I wouldn't count them as separate, because they are the undisputed tag belts. I mean, you wouldn't count them as separate now. You know, you can't really make out that they're, because they've unified them. They are now the undisputeds. So, yeah, no, I wouldn't count them as a separate, but maybe WWE are. It's an interesting one, Mitchell. Wrestle with Andy said this match right now is a perfect example of why a good build is so important. These two could main event a pay-per-view and have people hyped, but with no builds, no one cares about a random Raw match. That's true, actually. I mean, there has been a little, you know, vignette last week, whatever, but it's true. I mean, these two are hardly in a red-hot feud right now. You know this match is going to be good. And there's been some lovely moments already, but it is true. It is a little bit cold. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. This Raw just hasn't really got going. I feel like this match is fine, but you are right. There's not really much to, you know, if Sami wins, brilliant. If he loses, I kind of expect that. I kind of feel like there's not, they're cooking and they're trying to make the match, like, good, but what does it what does it really mean at the end of the day? What is it that we're trying to do? What's the benefit of winning? Like, if you lose, it's just a loss. I'm sure you'll get another match next week. So yeah, I agree. James said we've never seen a banging match out of Liv, and she's had all the training. She's an interesting one, isn't she? I mean, it is true. I feel like she is being limited and held back by something, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's herself, but I don't think it is. I think that she has tried a few things, But, and I think she has been trying to improve her moveset and trying to improve in the ring. I just think, you know, go back about 3-4 years, forget anything before that, because she was green as grass. But I would say in the past few years, there's been a definite improvement. And I think actually in ring now, she can do some stuff. I mean, she can call a match, she can go in there, she can do a job, but we're at the point now where definitely want to see some really good matches out of her. Where are we with her though, age-wise? 29, you know? I mean, it's still young. It's still young, but 29, that's probably a bit older than I thought. I thought she'd be about 26. 29, she's still got an easy 10, 11, 12, 13 years. So, you know, time is still on her side. I would say that, you know, we're at the point where we need to start moving now. We need to start getting going. So this, you know, we're entering a very important period for her. Blue Thunder Bomb by Sami 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Blue Thunder Bomb, and you can see that Sami is frustrated. He thought that was going to be it. And Shinsuke kicking out. Gotta say, San Jose are into it. San Jose are definitely invested. We've got Sami back in the corner. Charging over. There's a knee strike there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke going up to the middle rope. Sami getting back up to his feet. There's a Kinshasa to the back of the head. Sami goes down to shoulder up by Sami. Shoulder up. So now Nakamura's the one that can't quite believe that Sami has kicked out. Sami tried to get back up to his feet, but he collapses down. So these two having to dig deep, trying to pull out all the stops at the moment as Sami rolls out the ring, goes over to the barricades. Sami on the outside of the ring working, selling as Shinsuke comes out. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke grabbing Sami. Sami is draped over the barricades. Shinsuke going up the ring steps, looking to deliver a Kinshasa. And he does, right to the side of the head. Sami definitely feeling that one. Sami goes down. And he might get counted out here. Sami in a little bit of trouble. Shinsuke back in the ring. Referee is counting away. Sami is getting back into the ring. He manages to survive the count, but he gets caught. 1, 2, foot on the rope. Oh, I always love that moment. Foot on the rope's always so good. Do you know, he only just made it in from the 9. He got caught by Shinsuke. It looked like he wasn't going to be able to get up, but then the classic foot on the rope, man. The classic foot on the rope. I would love to know if that was something they discussed backstage or if that's something he did in the moment. I'd love to know if that bit was planned. Because that's a really cool spot. It's good positioning and everything. So, you know, I wonder if that was something. Oh, haluva to the back of the head. Sami with a haluva. Shinsuke goes down. Sami digging deep. Look at him screaming out. Look at the emotion. Do you know, it's so true what was said earlier about, like, with no build, it's so hard to get into it. But when you have two talents, Sami wins. When you have two talents that are this good, you know, you can get away with it. And I would say that was a getting away with it because Sami sold his heart out. The emotion written all over his face. They were able to bring the crowd in and get the crowd involved. And what turned from a match where it was like, yeah, I don't know why we're doing it. A real good ending, man. Real good ending. That is real talent right there. Sami Zayn, put up the pole. It's going up, buds. The poll is going up. Let's get your match scores. So, Sami is victorious. He manages to get the job done. And as Michael Cole said, that's going to be a big boost considering he's been on such a losing streak recently. Trina said, if Bobby gets his retirement match, which I think he deserves, who should he face? Someone from TNA or maybe Chad Gable as a callback to when they were a team? I think the Chad Gable match would be a good shout, to be honest. I'd be a lot more into that because I think that that would be a nice callback to something that WWE fans... You see, if you do a TNA thing, I don't know that you can tell that story. I know that we've got a bit of a relationship there. I'm sure we could get some footage and like dig into the history, whatever, but you're not going to be able to really tell the full story. You're only going to have a few clips. And a lot of wrestling, WWE fans that didn't watch TNA wrestling, myself included. So I think if you was to do something there, it would not feel as satisfying. Whereas if you did... the Chad Gable one, then obviously you can dig into their history. You've got all the footage in the world you want to use. If the story takes a little turn, you can adapt. So yeah, Chad Gable I think is a great shout if you was going to do a retirement match. But to be honest, I don't know. I think he's been out the ring so long now that, and he's a producer. I'm not sure that WWE would look to do that. Right, we're just looking at a video package between New Day and Imperium. So we are just looking at a video package as we're building towards a street fight between these two. Let's jump over to the Super Chats. We've got Timothy. Timothy, appreciate the support, buds. Hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying Raw so far. I think that last match definitely got somewhere. We are just seeing, talking of getting somewhere, the arrival of the New Day. Xavier and Kofi both arriving at the arena. They're going to be taking on Imperium in a street fight later on tonight. We've got Chelsea Green coming out first. Coming out on her own, actually. Chelsea Green on her own? No, unless Piper's coming out after. No singles match. Chelsea was like, stop it. Oh, come on. So, former two-time women's tag team champion Chelsea Green making her way down to the ring. Who is she facing? She is facing Raquel Rodriguez. Oh, I wonder who wins this. Raquel Rodriguez. This match coming up next. Right, Timothy, shout out to you, buds. Timothy said, I got to meet R-Truth on Sunday at a meet and greet. Was he there, was he? I asked him, where did you meet him? I asked him how was Austria. He said he didn't stay because no one was there, but that's supposed to be my fault. I said, no, it's little Jimmy's fault. He said, no, little Jimmy is at camp. Where did you meet him? Because we didn't use him in Australia, did we? So I think I was under the impression he never went to Australia. I was under the impression he had stayed back in the States. I don't even remember seeing him at any, like, do you know what I mean? Like, jumping in the sea with Kevin Owens or doing zip lining with Asuka and whoever. I don't remember seeing him there at all. That's fun, though. Yeah, where was it? Let me know. I'd be interested to know where he was, where he actually was. Because I don't think he actually went to Austria. So I'd be interested to know where he actually was this weekend. This won't be the first time a Chelsea loses in 2 days. Oh, Prince Muller said, problem is Shinsuke hasn't been winning either. The match ended one losing streak, but it just furthered another. That's fair. Scottish Nightmare says Piper is injured. Oh, I didn't know that. I saw her at the ice hockey the other day. That was in unseen. She went with Tegan Knox. I didn't know she was injured at the moment. So, I don't know what the long-term plan is for that team. I mean, they were obviously thrown together under circumstances because Sonya was injured. Sonya is out and has obviously got married in this time as well. But you might remember that Piper just arrived, took one of the belts and said, "I'm your partner now." So that team was sort of thrown together. So I don't know that they've got any long-term plans for them. I don't know what the plans would be for Piper. I mean, that's another name, isn't it? We've got a lot of women that are capable. And, you know, you could build up, but you're going to have to invest in them. I feel like Piper's one of those. Meechin's one of those. Zoe Stark is one of those. There's a lot, actually. You know, Xia Li. We haven't done anything with Xia Li. Raquel Rodriguez is back, you know. Tiffany's just been called up, of course. There's a lot. Candice LeRae, Indy Hartwell. It's difficult. It really is difficult to like showcase all these people. And sadly, it does mean that people are going to be missing out. I like the way she says Chelsea Green, said Dean. Chelsea Green. They do that in the video game now. So in the video game, they've got a say in that. Chelsea Green. Let's go down. Right. Emil said, Days, who do you think will face Gunther at WrestleMania? Who do I think will face Gunther at WrestleMania? Do you know, I love the suggestion of Andrade. It was one I never considered, but I love it because I think Andrade just looks amazing. The vignette of last week with him in the mask, amazing. I loved it. So I thought that looked brilliant. And he probably needs a big win to, like, you know, shock the world and really get him going. So I think you could make a real argument for Andrade. Real argument. I know a lot of people want Chad Gable. He just, at the moment, feels a little bit out of it. We haven't seen him around Gunther. We haven't seen any teases of him and Gunther. Obviously, they had a feud before, and I think there's a lot of people that would like it to be Chad, but the truth is it might not be Chad. The truth is that it might be... Oh. CM Punk is in the season pass. So, there we go. So, CM Punk is in the season pass for the game. But yeah, I think that... can't remember what we were talking about. Gunther. I think Andrade is a good shout. A lot of people wanted Chad. There's no guarantee that Chad's going to get another opportunity. But he could. A lot of people wanted Bron Breakker, but he's gone to SmackDown. And so it's hard to see him face Gunther if he's gone to SmackDown. Sheamus is a possibility to come back, but he's already had a lot of chances. He had a shot at Clash at the Castle. He was in the match for last year's WrestleMania. I do like the Andrade option. It's different, and he needs it. Here's Chelsea anyway. What's she saying? Last week. I would have won the Last Chance Battle Royal last week. Let's end this poll, shall we? And jot the results down. Okay, so she's having a go at the fact that Raquel was added as a secret last entrant. The people wanted me. I'm a star. Raquel flew all that way to what, lose? To be a big dumb loser like your San Jose Sharks. Yeah, that got the reaction she wanted. She loves that. Shh. So she said she's going to kick her ass, but before she can finish, Raquel's music interrupts, and Raquel makes her way down to the ring. So Raquel Rodriguez on her way down to the ring. There's the back. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Raquel Rodriguez making her way down to the ring. Then this is going to be our next match, our second match. Timothy said it was in Greenville, South Carolina. A local hockey team they had. They had a wrestling day. Very good. Thank you. Yeah, I did wonder where he had been. I didn't think he had gone to Australia. So, Timothy, thank you. I appreciate the information. It's good to know. I hope you had a good time. We've got Raquel in the one corner. We've got Chelsea. She's, I think, drawn like a line, and Raquel steps over it. So Chelsea draws another line. You're not going to cross this one. I've got a feeling she is. And she does. And she gets slapped. Chelsea slaps Raquel. Raquel tries to get out the ring. She gets thrown into the middle. Duck underneath. Oh, brilliant. Love that. So she ducks underneath the one. She gets clobbered with the other. Now she gets scooped up. Fall away slam. Chelsea goes over into the corner. Just a big smile on the face of Raquel. She's loving it. Raquel picks up Chelsea. Chelsea gets thrown. I do love how Chelsea is just, she knows her role in this company. She knows her role. She's bumping around. She's selling. She's pleading. She's in a good spot, though. I mean, she's not, she's a jobber, but she gets, like, you know, backstage segments. She gets time on the mic. It's not like she just goes out there, doesn't get an intro, and just literally, you know, she's not an enhancement talent. But it's a win for Raquel. That was it. I mean, very straightforward, very simple. Okay, so match scores. Match scores for our second match. Oh, here's Sami Zayn backstage. Yeah, victory over Shinsuke. What's that going to do for him? With Mania just weeks away, how much do you think you needed this? I've been bottling up a lot. This match has been in my mind all week. He says, if I'd have lost this, I don't know what it would have done to me. That win tonight just reaffirmed everything I've been saying. I am a contender. My path to WrestleMania, if it doesn't come to me, I will find it. Oh, I think it just found him. Imperium. Gunther. Sami. Gunther laughs. Not the match I wanted, to be honest. Not the match I wanted. Sami is talking about being a contender for a world title. And that ain't a world title. That's the Intercontinental title. A belt that is held before. So, not the match I wanted. But if he can be the one to beat... I mean, oh God, if he... if he goes to WrestleMania and he doesn't beat Gunther, like, it gets him on the card. It gets him in a big match, I suppose. Maybe it's just a case that the top of the card, the world title scene is cluttered. He's got to do something. And so maybe, like, we're just giving him this and he's going to do this. I mean, that match will bang. That match will bang. It'll be an amazing match. And if he is the one to beat Gunther, it'll be an achievement. But can't escape the fact that I feel like that he's done that. I feel like that level has been completed. I feel like we're going back and redoing a level we've already done. Like, he's talking about being a contender for a world title. So, yeah, I would have rather Andrade, to be honest. I'd rather Andrade. I don't know, would I rather Sheamus? Don't know. That's a tricky one. Sheamus has already had a lot of shots at it. This is somewhat different, and the match will bang. I mean, can't escape the fact that it'll bang. If WWE want a 5-star match, I mean, you've got 2 people there that can deliver one. Oh, man. With Sami's selling and Gunther's amazing offense, his chops and Sami, like, selling, and, I mean, it'll be amazing. Maybe it's just one of those where you just sit back and you just enjoy it. You just watch it, you just enjoy it. Maybe it'll be a multi-man match for the IC. Maybe it could be a multi-man match for the IC. Yeah. How long would you have Cody as champion? Don't know, but depends on the stories, doesn't it? It's very difficult because, like, you would have to book, I think, up to, like, SummerSlam, and you'd have to have an idea as to what you wanted to do at SummerSlam. SummerSlam's normally, July, so that's normally about 3 months after. We tend to book in, like, 3-month chunks. I think at the start of the year, January 1st, you probably should have an idea, a rough outline at the very least, with some things penned as to what you're doing for WrestleMania. I mean, you need to really have pieces in place by the time you get to the end of January, because, of course, your Rumble is going to decide a lot of things. So by the start of January, you need to know what you're doing for WrestleMania. I would say by WrestleMania, you need to know what you're doing for SummerSlam. So booking in 3-month chunks makes a lot of sense. So Cody's story, I think you need to know what you're doing at SummerSlam. You need to know what you're doing in regards to a rematch with Roman. If there is going to be a match with The Rock, what the next feud is going to be, who's going to step up to Cody, like straight after. What's that feud going to look like? So I think it's you know, you can't really sit there and go, 2 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years. I think you have to just take it a step at a time. And I think the first thing would be, I think he keeps it till SummerSlam, but who would he face at SummerSlam? What would that match be? And then you decide, does he get past that? Does he get past that? Would he get past whatever that challenge is? You know, if it's a case that it's Cody versus Gunther, because Gunther's lost the IC title by then, you'll have to make a decision of, do I pull the trigger on Gunther? Do I pull the trigger on Gunther? Or do I invest? And to be honest, that might be a decision you don't make until you see the numbers. I mean, if Cody is bringing in amazing ratings and attendance and merch sales and ticket sales and, do you know what I mean, all of that stuff, if all of that is bubbling away looking absolutely amazing, maybe then you stick with Cody. But if the numbers aren't great, maybe then you'd be a bit more inclined to go with Gunther. So yeah, it's not really possible to go 6 months, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years. There's too many factors that you'd have to look into. So we're just looking at a video package for Elimination Chamber. Zoom Station said, Gunther is making me forget about the horrible IC champions like Mark Mero and Jeff Jarrett. Justin said, to be fair, the OC title started being called the IC heavyweight title after they redesigned the title. Nick the Kid, it's not a world title though. It might be a heavyweight title, but it's not a world title. When we talk about Ric Flair being a 16-time world champion or John Cena being a 16-time world champion, we don't include intercontinental titles into that number. So whilst it's not being recognized on that level, it does feel like Sami should have progressed from that, because, you know, he was intercontinental champion before his Johnny Knoxville feud. He's held it a few times, so I feel like that's been ticked. Grayson Waller is facing Cody tonight, apparently. Do you like Grayson Waller? So Cody asks Kathy Kelly, do you like Grayson Waller? And she's like, Grayson Waller should like me. So Cody's saying he's done a lot for the Waller Effect show. Tonight he gets his very first Monday Night Raw main event. So Cody against Grayson Waller is our main event tonight. Well, that could be fun. I'm not really down on that. It doesn't feel seismic, but I'm down for it. It's going to be a great showcase for Grayson Waller. Here's Gunther. Gunther. Should have asked if she likes strudel, said Leo. The brand split is dead, said Justin. Emil said, do you think the OC should team with Tama Tonga and reform Bullet Club? Well, they can't reform Bullet Club because they won't be able to use that name, but they can have those people back together. The thing is that OC is such a bad name. Presentation is so important. I spoke earlier about how I never saw Sting do a promo, never saw him do a match, yet he absolutely captivated me when I was a kid. Absolutely grabbed my attention because of how he looked. And I feel the same is true of the Warrior. You know, the Warrior didn't have classic matches. He just brought a load of energy and just looked like someone from a different planet. He was just incredible. I feel like the OC is a bad name. I don't feel like it's a cool name. And I think that they really dropped the ball on that. And obviously the booking was atrocious. I definitely think that putting them with Tama Tonga, hopefully giving them a new name, could be a relaunch for them. And then it would be interesting to see if Finn Balor would gravitate towards them. And, you know, Finn, Tama, Gallows, Anderson, with a new name, not the OC, because I hate it, but something different. Like, yeah, I reckon you got something there. I think you've really got something there. Here's Gunther then in the ring with Imperium, and Imperium are going to be facing the New Day, I would imagine, next. We've already had an hour gone so far. So, Gunther. That's big, isn't it? That's what she said. After successfully beating Jay last week, I'm standing here still. Your greatest and longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. So we got a Gunther promo. There was a definite tease with Gunther and Sami. I feel like that's the biggest talking point of the night so far. Jay almost had me beat. I felt this slipping away. But let's be honest. No one's perfect. But I am very, very close. Nobody's perfect, but I am very, very close, says Gunther. So Gunther in the ring with Imperium. I want to address my future. I've been working hard, putting my heart and soul. Is he going to forfeit it? Just imagine if he does. He's talking about his future. I've beaten everybody along the way. Who is going to be my opponent at WrestleMania? I did think there, is he going to forfeit? Are they going to have him forfeit and then he could go to the world title without being beaten? I see all your ridiculous claims. Chad Gable. Cheer for Chad Gable. The Miz. Did anyone suggest The Miz? R-Truth! Yes! R-Truth! That's the one! He says, I even see people requesting R-Truth. Let's go. Well, I tell you what, the Judgment Day are coming out. What's going on here? Judgment Day are making their way down to the ring. No sign of Mommy. I thought she might be back with them now because I think they kept her away because they wanted her to be a face for Elimination Chamber. But that's done now. But she's not come out with them. They don't need a tag team name. They just need to call them Gallows and Anderson. But book them as the Bullet Club killers that they were. Yeah, they might need a name, though, if you do put Tama Tonga with them. And if then, certainly, you want to put Finn in there as well. I agree. You can call them Gallows and Anderson when they compete as a tag team. But if you are going to do a faction, I would really move away from the OC. I just really don't like it. But you're right. If we're not going to do a faction thing, just go Gallows and Anderson. Gallows and Anderson's fine. But if we are doing a faction, please not the OC. I just can't help but think about the teen drama. I just can't help it. I've always thought about the teen drama. Here's Damian Priest then. He's standing up to Gunther. Although you've had the dominant run. At the Elimination Chamber, we ran the table and Gunther nods. And we're going to do the same thing at WrestleMania. Where's this going? We plan on adding more gold. Gunther looks confused. You understand. That includes that gold. Oh, I can't wait for this response. So, since you're not cashing in that briefcase, who's it going to be? The one with the big head. Finn Balor, the one with the big head. He didn't even mention Dom, did he? Is it going to be Dom? What the flip? What the flip? What's this? Is this WrestleMania? What's this? What's going on? What's happening? Yeah, he's laughing. I'm laughing. We're all laughing. Crowd booing away. What's going on? Gunther's a heel. We're putting one of the biggest heels we've got. Look at that kid. What is this? He has snacks bigger than Dominic. When the Judgment Day say we're going to do something, we mean it. And that means That title belongs to us. So Dominic steps up to... this is like a boy and a man, in it. It's a boy and a man. What's going on? Shut up, Dom, said Zoom Station. He pushes Dominic. Damian goes after Gunther. But he's held back. Strange, isn't it? Strange. A heel team and a heel team. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense. Like, I understand the Judgment Day wanting to add gold. Like, I understand that bit. But we don't want Gunther losing his belt to a heel. Damian's got money in the bank. He should be focused on a world title. Why is he faffing around with Gunther? Damian should be focused on Seth. Bizarre, strange. I don't know how I feel about it. How do people feel about it? Brony said, I'm confused. Al says he likes it. Judgment Day is over. Yeah, but they're heels. Like, Dominic gets booed out the building. Gunther is a heel. Heel versus heel. Like, who are you meant to root for? It's not the same as, like, a red-hot babyface like Jey Uso trying to get it from Gunther, is it? It's strange. Plus, also, the little look at Sami, that certainly suggested that was going to be the direction we go. So, is this just like a little feud as we build to WrestleMania? Is it going to be a multi-person thing? Could it be that we get, like, Damian, Sami, Chad? Maybe they do end up doing, like, a multi-person thing, and this was our way of getting Damian into the mix, or Dominic into the mix. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps a multi-person match is on the way. Johnny said, Days, why would they put Judgment Day on with someone horrible Gunther? Well, that's what we're discussing. Why would you do heel against heel? But if it is going to lead to a multi-person match, then it's a way of getting another heel into that match, isn't it? Mr. Unfamiliar said, USA keeps advertising a show that's on another channel that starts in 15 minutes before Raw is over. Thoughts? Why are they advertising another show? That's weird, isn't it? Why would... I don't know how it works in America. Here in this... I don't think we have adverts for other channels on channels. I don't think, like, Channel 4 show adverts for some of that's happening on BBC. So, but it's different in it, because in America, a lot of your networks are under, like, one big umbrella. So one channel might be owned by the same people that own another channel. So, perhaps it's something like that. Perhaps they're not bothered. Perhaps they're not bothered if you tune out of Raw tonight, because if you do go and watch that other show, the company that owns USA Network still benefit, because you're just going to another one of their channels anyway. So, but as I said, I'm not best positioned to discuss it, because I'm in the UK. We don't really have that. Jeremy said, could we see Priest challenging Gunther for the IC Championship? Well, it was certainly being teased, and so was Dominic. A segment that was quite confusing, I thought. As not one I expected. Still not quite sure where it's going. But, yeah, I think the multi-person one probably makes the most sense. What with the look that he gave to... The look that he gave to Sami backstage definitely felt like it had a bit of summit to it as well. Yeah. Could Gunther turn face, said Internet Menace. Well, that's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thought, isn't it? Could this be an attempt to turn him face? That's an interesting thought. I can't answer it. I wasn't expecting it. It's an interesting thought, though. Emil said, this shouldn't be Damian Priest. It feels like a way to fix a briefcase problem. Mr. Quake said, in the States, it stands by certain rules and regulations as well. Mergers, i.e. Disney. Don't quite know what that means, but yeah, I don't quite know what that means. But if it's I don't know. I mean, it's very cryptic. It's very difficult for me to speak about an advert that's being played about in a show that's on a different channel, because I don't know the show. I don't know the network. I don't know the relationship. But my guess would be that it would be somewhat along those lines, whereby it's probably still owned by the same network. Here in the UK, we wouldn't be running adverts for BBC One on Channel 4, you know? We don't tend to do that kind of a thing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we have different rules and regulations over here. Let's put it that way. So, right, we are coming back from commercial break. CheekU18 said, "Do you think Sheamus will return before WrestleMania to face Gunther?" Well, he's interested. He's made it very clear on social media. Now, whether that's Sheamus just trying to create a bit of buzz for himself, or whether he's been told this is the plan, start building it. It's hard to know which way that goes, you know? It's hard to know what exactly it is they're trying to achieve. Well, actually, we might get an answer. Here's Judgment Day. They're backstage. Here's Rhea. Gunther! She's not keen on the idea. You need to smooth that over. Rhea seems a little bit off with the idea. Hello, what's going on now? Here's Andrade. Good seeing you. Oh. Andrade said, I got a meeting with Pierce. See you soon. Andrade backstage. So, Rhea was not keen on Dominic standing up to Gunther. Finn said go smooth that over. Then we've just had Andrade backstage. He said, I need to sort out my first opponent. I think, you know, there can't be a coincidence that he's just been on screen with Dominic. Could his first opponent be Dominic? So all these moving parts in there. It's hard to know where everything's going to land. But I mean, honestly, if you go, well, Dominic or Damian seem interested in Gunther. Sami just had a little look backstage. Andrade is sniffing around. You could easily put The Miz in there. You could easily put Chad Gable in there. You could easily put R-Truth in there. Because R-Truth did get mentioned by Gunther, and there was the biggest cheer out of all of them, right, was for R-Truth. If you do a multi-person match at WrestleMania and you get R-Truth in it, imagine if R-Truth was to win the IC title. Imagine if R-Truth was the one. And they did it in like a ladder match way so that it made sense. Imagine that. Imagine that everyone's down and there's only R-Truth left and he's in the ring looking round. And the crowd are like, climb the ladder, get up the ladder. That would be a thing, wouldn't it? That would definitely be a thing. I don't know if that's how people would want it to end, though, because I feel like beating him one-on-one is maybe what people want. I think it's what I would want, is, you know, someone to beat. But the thing is, because there are bigger prizes, if he drops the title that way, he's still protected when he goes to the world title level, you know? You wouldn't want Roman's reign to end that way, but the IC title... New Day grab table. Right, we are underway. Gunther is going to be in a multi-man match, said Liam. Gunther, Dominic, Sami, Gable, Miz, R-Truth, Andrade, ladder match. All the ones he mentioned, plus Sami and Dominic now. Yeah. That would be an explanation. New Day versus Imperium is the street fight that we've got happening right now. And do you know, we're almost at the halfway point. We're only about 10 minutes away. New Day to the outside. Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. What defunct title would you bring back if you could? That's an excellent question. Do you know what I would like WWE to do? And I don't know that they will do it, but I think I would be interested in bringing back the European Championship and really making it only for European talent. And I think that I would take the US title and I would make it only for US talent. I might be tempted to actually swap it with the North American Championship. I think a belt that represents Canada, America, Mexico, and have it so that the person that holds it comes from those countries. I think there's other countries in North America, the continent, isn't there? I'm sure, like, is Jamaica in there? I don't quite know which one, if that would go to the north or to the south, because it's geography wise, it could go either way, couldn't it? But whoever's in it, whoever's in the North American continent, I know that Mexico, Canada, and USA are. I think I would really like the idea that is, you know, the next big kind of stars that are coming through get those titles. And if you have the European belt, you know, the next big stars that are coming through, where that would sit, though, I really don't know. I don't know if that would sit at like an NXT level or if it would sit on a main card level. It might have to sit at an NXT level, you know. It might have to be that that it sits there. That's tricky, isn't it? I kind of feel like the US title sort of loses its doesn't really mean anything anymore. I really don't like it. I'm sorry, my American friends. I really don't like it. I don't have any love for the US title. I just don't know what it's meant to stand for. Like, it's just a mid-card belt, but it's not, you know, anyone can fight for it. Anyone can hold it. I think we could easily make it something else. I think there is a place for your US title, and I think it should represent the best US talent that's coming through. But actually having it as one of the mid-card titles doesn't do it for me. I don't know what it's meant to represent. I think that the European one, because there's been so many talents that have come from Europe, thanks largely to NXT UK, I think that you could, I mean, like, could you imagine if Gunther had held it? I suppose what the NXT UK Championship was, you could make that the European belt, and maybe it sits on the main roster and it's only European talent that can compete for it. I don't see why an American or a Mexican, like, you know, they should have their own belt that they go for, you know, rather than competing for the European one, they go for the North American one, you know. I think that having some belts that maybe have some restrictions to them could be quite interesting. You know, like how the 24/7 belt has got a stipulation that can be defended anytime, anywhere. So that belt means something. And the hardcore belt, the exact same. I think it would be interesting if you introduced a belt that had a stipulation, that had some interest in, so it wasn't just another belt. Like, it's a belt that actually, you know, so a European belt, only European talent can compete for it. A North American Championship, only North American champions, or North American talent, sorry, can compete for it. I think that could be quite interesting. I think it would be different, and it'd be a great way of showcasing certainly European talent that might be a bit hidden. You do run the risk of people going, oh, there's too many belts. We hear that already, you know. But I think there's a place for that. Certainly now that we don't have NXT UK, I think there's a place for that. But to be honest, if I was to introduce a new belt, it's not one that I would particularly bring back. I would want to bring a women's Intercontinental. That's the one I'd want to bring in. We've got this street fight rumbling along. Hardcore was all right, but I feel like we had that with the 24/7 belt. we kind of did everything we could do with it, and we sort of started running out of ideas. And I think it's good for social media and everything. I mean, maybe we could have found a few more things to do, but I don't know. Like, we were seeing it change hands. No one was really caring about it. It's hard to make an argument for a hardcore title or bringing back a 24/7 title. It's hard to kind of make an argument for that. A light heavyweight belt. I am a big fan of that, but I think you'd have to really change things around to make it work. Lovely tag team work there as there's a drop kick into a chair that was placed in front of Xavier Woods. Xavier Woods goes to the outside. Imperium are in control of this street fight at the moment. Yeah, feel free to let us know what belt you would return, what belt you would bring back. Nice kick coming in there by Kofi. Kofi going up top, perched. And crossbody there by Kofi. Ducking underneath, getting round the back of Giovanni Vinci. Russian leg sweep. Scoops up and slams Ludwig on top of Giovanni. Kofi is going against the ropes. Giovanni is still down. Ludwig got out the way, though. Ludwig is on his feet. That looked a little bit strange, him just like getting out the way, but Giovanni didn't. Right now we got Kofi and Ludwig over by the ropes. There's a shot that comes in. There's a table that's down on the outside. Kofi's going over, setting up the table. Table being set up on the outside. He's struggling to get it over, but he does get it over. That leg is not quite secured. You can see that the bracket isn't quite secured, so it does run the risk of that table, if someone goes through it, buckling. We'll have to see if it does. Good suplex into the ring there by Imperium. Drop kick by Xavier. Xavier with a kick to the midsection. Grabbing Giovanni. Giovanni kicking back. The big chop there with Xavier going down. Xavier looks a bit bigger, you know. He looks a bit bigger. Defcon said a super heavyweight title for the meat. James says, I hate street fights. They never go to the streets. That'd be good, wouldn't it? That's a good shout if we actually was out on the streets. We started brawling outside, ended up in some alleyway. We've got Xavier, who's being held over some ring steps. Here comes Ludwig, charging round, but Kofi with a knee. Ludwig goes down. Goes in for a clothesline. Kofi down again. Back in the ring goes Giovanni. Duck underneath against the ropes. Crossbody. Xavier goes down. Now we've got a kendo stick being brought into the ring. And Xavier's being walloped. And chair shots by Ludwig. Imperium in control. So the crowds are booing away. So the crowd not impressed with Imperium. But Imperium are in control. As physical, as dangerous as what we expected, says Michael Cole. And we go to commercial break. LS Dub, shout out to you, said I would bring in a women's mid-card belt, but I wouldn't just call it a women's IC title. I would call it a women's TV title, where every match has a 15-minute time limit. New Japan have got a similar title. That's fun. I like that. I think I like the idea of a belt being brought in that has some sort of stipulation attached to it, and some sort of rule to it, so that it's not just another belt. So that's fun. TV titles, good idea. Zycamy said, when will we have the build-up for Jay and Jimmy? Do you know, it's a good question, because they're both on different brands. So you could do it on both brands, but equally you could just save it for Friday, couldn't you? So I don't know if we'll get anything tonight. We could do, but equally they could save it for Friday. Hey, do you know what time it is? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores.
scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then.
I'm going to cut that short. Trina said, what about a mix of the cruiserweight and the light heavyweight? It could give people under 230 a chance. We've spoke about this before, and I'm a big fan of that idea. I think there's a lot of people that struggle when you've got a Brock Lesnar or a Gunther or a Roman. You know, how does a Chad Gable like beat someone like that? Like, how does a Finn Balor beat someone like that? The truth is they don't. The truth is that 9 times out of 10, the bigger guy, you know, your Obafemis of the world, your Brock Lesnar's of the world, your John Cena's of the world, your Roman Reigns's of the world, your Randy Orton's of the world, 9 times out of 10, they will get the win. So what about a belt that is as prestigious, but just is aimed at a lower weight class? You know, in boxing, one of the biggest stars in the world was Floyd Mayweather. He didn't compete at heavyweight. In UFC, one of the biggest stars in the world is Conor McGregor. He is tiny, right? But it didn't matter because the belts he was winning were still regarded as just as important as the heavyweight belts. And wrestling just does not do that. Or at least WWE doesn't do that. It's never done it like really before. We have had light belts, like cruiserweight belt, light heavyweight belt, but they've always just been an afterthought. I am a big believer in a belt or belts for those lower weight classes where they are treated exactly the same as the one that Roman has got. They are world titles and they count as a world title. If you get that belt, it's a world title. It's just there is a weight limit that doesn't allow anyone over 230 to compete for it. It is there for the smaller guys. And think of the bangers you could have. I mean, you know, Ricochet, Rey Mysterio, Finn Balor, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa. These are the kinds of names, you know, Ilya Dragunov. You know, the division would be stacked. It would be stacked. And it would count as a world title. And it could main event pay-per-views. But you've got to give it that support. When we did a cruiserweight title before, it had its own division. And it was a load of new people that a lot of people didn't know. Your Lindsay Dorados, your Grand Metaliques, you know, your Drew Gulaks. You know, it was a load of unknowns, really, and it had its own show, it had its own space, and it didn't work. But if you had everyone that could compete for it that was under that weight, that's a different story, isn't it? So, yeah, I love the idea. I'm a big fan of it. I just don't think they're going to do it. Right, we've come back to the action. New Day have got kendo sticks. Alexa Bliss Gamer says 7. Dominic said 5.5. Let Him In said 6.5. Joseph says 8. Trey Gaming said 7. Elizabeth said 6. Mike says 33 and a third. Alan with a 6.5. Chris says 8 out of 10. Triton said 6.5. Ella Stubbs said 6. Young Heath Ledger said 6.5. Intoxicated Drum said 6.5. Al with a 5.2, Matthew with a 5, Brony with a 6, Eric with a 5.3. These are low, aren't they? They're all 5s and 6s. Low. William has got a 7.25 though, but the rest are all 5s and 6s. Greg with an 8. So yeah, I think that this is a show which is, I don't think it's unfair to say underwhelmed. Not quite the follow-up that we were looking for. And I wonder if part of that is because of the travel. If you look at the people that have competed, it's all people that weren't at Perth, with the exception of Raquel, who won a very short squash match. To the outside, we've just seen Imperium go through a table. So it was Xavier who delivered an elbow to the outside. The table just exploded. And right now we got Giovanni back in the ring. We've got Xavier climbing up. Giovanni is knee strike delivered by Xavier. 1, 2, and the ref was about to count 3, but Ludwig pulls him out the ring. Ludwig pulling the ref out the ring so he couldn't count the 3. Kofi going through the ropes with a kendo stick. All kinds of fired up. The crowd are on their feet for this. Look at the marks on the back of Giovanni. Giovanni absolutely busted open. The crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Right, we've got New Day still in control at the moment. Paul Heyman has sent a message out that he is handling business for the Bloodline. Kofi through a table. Back elbow there by Xavier. Into the corner goes Xavier. Roll up there by Giovanni. By Ludwig, sorry. And it is a win. It is a victory for Imperium. So it is a win for Imperium. They win the street fight. And I tell you, we were getting somewhere. We were getting somewhere. I've not seen the video clip, but there is footage of The Miz being trapped inside a locker room. We'll have to get to that when we get to Unseen. Okay, we've got a little video package on Grayson Waller. Let's get the poll up for that street fight. I think it really got somewhere. So yeah, Paul Heyman apparently on his way. There's a picture of him on a plane. He's off to sort business for the Bloodline. Whatever that means. There's footage of The Miz being locked backstage and they can't get him out the room. He's trapped in the room. So that's pretty fun. So there's a few bits that are playing out online. This match was over an hour long, and that was the ending. A roll-up, said Oblong Box. Over an hour long. It was over an hour long. Losing streak continues. Okay, there's Adam Pearce, our good friend, our BFF. Here's Chad Gable. You and Ivar last week, amazing. Thank you. Gunther. You're going to have everyone. Yeah. Are they going to do a #1 contenders match? Last time I wrestled, I was this close. He reduced my daughter to tears. That's what haunts me. I need to make it right. Chad Gable said, to anyone else, it's a championship. To me, it just means more. Well, powerful words there by Chad Gable. Powerful words. I really like... I don't mind Chad being the one. He wasn't around the conversation. It kind of felt like he'd had his time. I didn't know we were going to get back there. That obviously suggests that we are. I would take Chad over Sami. I would take Chad certainly over anyone from the Judgment Day. To be truthful, I think I still favor Andrade. I really see big things for Andrade. Chad is interesting, though. People, he might be the one the people want the most, you know. So I certainly would not be down on Chad being the one, but yeah, multi-person feels like the direction, doesn't it? Right, Zoe and Shayna are making their way down to the ring. Who are they facing? They are facing Indy and Candice. So Indy and Candice, this is going to be our next match that's coming up. John Cena has dropped a new video on his OnlyFans. More, his words, not mine, more fisting than you may be ready for. Are you brave enough? John Cena has dropped a video absolutely full of fisting, apparently, on his OnlyFans. Listen, this is 2024, yeah? This is 2024. This is what we have to accept now. Bum, 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 bum. Remember, they said there would be a lot of swerves. That's true, Gringo. Zoe has a sick finisher, said young Heath Ledger. Definitely not clickbait, said Alchemeltzer. Well, I don't click on it. Do you know what I mean? I'm worried that, like, I might end up on some register. Gunther versus Chad in a ladder match. Chad wins, and it protects Gunther, says Jose. Yes. The Rock is back on Friday. Do we ever get another Revolution? Such a large women's roster now, it makes sense. Evolution. Do you mean Evolution or Revolution? We did have a women's Revolution. We don't need another one of those. That was because women's wrestling was pretty much dead. And so we did a women's Revolution where we brought up, like, you know, Becky and Charlotte and Sasha, and we kind of put them into teams, and we started, like, building the women's division properly. That was in, what, 2015? In a way, that's kind of the it's not the start, but it very much is a rebirth. So that is, we don't need one of those. I mean, we're cooking, right? But Evolution was the show that was the women's only show. And I really don't mind another one of those. I mean, the problem is the last one didn't do well. And that's the reason why we've not done another. Because people didn't tune in. People didn't care. People didn't watch it. I don't think the numbers for it were very good. I don't think the ticket sales were very good. I don't think the social media engagement was very good. But I think we're in a very different place now than where we were then. I think the women's division now is a lot more established. I think there's some bigger stars now. We've still got your Beckys and your Charlottes and your Baileys and whatever. But now we've got Biancas and Rhea's and a Tiffany Stratton coming through, and Asuka, and, you know, there's more. There's more, and yes, I would say we should try it. I think that you know, it shouldn't really cost anything, should it? I mean, if you do it as a house show, build up some really good matches for it, I don't see why you couldn't do it. I don't see where the issue would be, or even where the cost would be. I know that it must cost something to stream the show to the network, but even if it wasn't live, to be honest, even if you just, like, had cameras there and you just recorded it, house show, all women, matches, do a bit of build for it, record it, just put the tapes up a week later or something, if you want to cut down on cost. But so yeah, I would. I was a fan of it before. Right, here we've got a fan seat upgrades. So they're pleased, and I'm pleased for them as well. Instead of putting on Raw, they should have put on a couple of old Saturday night main events, said Davids. Here's Shayna and Zoe. Let's see what these two have got to say. They got a title opportunity and we didn't. We've been destroying the women's tag division. Okay, here come Indy and Candice. So Shayna and Zoe were just saying, we're going to take those tag titles away from you. Chad is the only person with half a chance to beat Gunther. Becky has called Dirty Dominic a dirty kumquat. Here's Candice. I like the girls together, said Intoxicated Drums. Right. Let's realize this is John Cena's super heel turn. I think he's just giving the people what they want, to be honest. Right. Wouldn't be mad if Demon Balor... Oh, that would be good one, Wolf. Demon Balor. That's one I'd not considered. That's a good shout, that is, you know. Demon Balor. We've got some new R-Truth merch. So, that's... I'll chuck it in unseen. I'm just having a look whilst I'm sat here, whilst they were doing those entrances at the bits I've been tagged in. I feel like if I don't start now, I might never get through it. How do you think we could make Shayna feel like a badass again? She just needs to be shown training. She just needs to be shown that she's putting in the work, and then she just needs to be doing... I would have her a little bit more not talking as much. I'd have her more silent. I'd have her quieter. I'd put her in a bit of a hood. I'd have her just like in the shadows. And then she would, I would just show you footage of her doing the work. Like, you know, having girls screaming in pain. And then like have her like with a dark hood on in the shadows, in the background. Give her some badass music, right? I'd change her presentation. And I'd have her come down. I don't know, does she wear MMA gloves? Because if not, she needs to. No, she doesn't. She needs to. I would put MMA gloves on her. Change her ring gear. Stop having her being as talkative as what she is. And, you know, just make her this badass. Just make her this killer. Just make her this wrecking machine. Instead, she's like this really good, legitimate wrestler that can really do submission moves and really hurt people. But she just doesn't get presented as much of a killer, I don't think. She's just presented as another one of the girls. So I would definitely look to change that. But she's been on the main roster long enough, and they haven't, so I've lost hope now. Zoe is going over, charging against the ropes. There's a back slap tag made, and Shayna is looking to get in. She grabs Indy from behind. Kirifuda clutch is applied, and she taps out Indy straight away. So there we go, a win already. I don't think the referee saw that back slap tag. Let's get our poll up for that match, shall we? Well, hang on. Let me jot these ones down. 43, 35, 13, and 6. So it's a win for Zoe and Shayna in another very short match. All time. Great. There's Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre is backstage, slowly making his way seemingly towards the ring. There's a backstage interview area. Drew McIntyre on his way. Shayna wants to be one of the girls. That's kind of her thing, says William. Yeah, I'd change it. She's not one of the girls. She can do things that the other girls can't do. She's got experiences that the other girls haven't got, so she can want all she wants, but I wouldn't have her doing that. She needs to be presented as being different because she is different. You know, she's been in the UFC. She can actually hurt people. I mean, like, if all these women were to legitimately fight, I think Shayna Baszler would be the woman that I'd put my money on to come out on top. I'm trying to think who else there is on the roster, but Shayna Baszler is the girl that can fight, has fought for real, legitimately knows the holds, and has been trained by the likes of Billy Robinson, and has got, not only has she got that MMA experience, but she's got that kind of pro wrestling indie experience as well. There's quite a few girls now that have only got NXT experience, whereas Shayna has been in Japan and she has worked the indies, but she's also been in UFC and she's also been in MMA. The problem that she's got is that she's not a girl that focuses on having her ass out. She's not a girl that's got her boobs out. Just being truthful, you know. She's not a girl that looks to get attention that way. And she's legit. She's a badass. She's not like the other girls. So I think that she should be presented as different. She should be presented as a problem. She should be presented as a final boss. She should be presented as someone that you just... Do you remember Karma? Do you remember Karma? Do you remember... I don't know if you ever saw that clip or saw when Karma was around. It was Awesome Kong. I remember this match where there was Michelle McCool and Kelly Kelly. They were wrestling in the ring. And during the match, Karma's music played. And she had MMA gloves on. And she, you know, big girl. But she would just make her way down. And I remember Kelly Kelly stopping wrestling and sort of like scuttled over to the corner of the ring. Like she sort of like backed up to the corner of the ring, went down. She was kind of like curled up in the corner as Karma got closer and closer. Michelle was down and out because I think Kelly was winning the match at that point. And I remember Karma getting in the ring and she delivered like a powerbomb or something to Michelle McCool. All the while Kelly was like in the corner. Karma was like staring at her like, this is, you're next. Like, once I'm done with her, you're next. Like, the psychological games that she was playing with her were like, you know, imagine that. Imagine being like, sort of feeling like you're trapped in the ring. You can't get out. There's this absolute monster that's in there. And she's destroying a girl in front of you whilst looking at you, basically saying, once I'm done with her, you are next. And I don't know why that always stuck with me. I think it was because it was like a level of psychology that I just wasn't used to in the women's division, you know? And I always thought it had a bit of... Do you remember like Blair Witch? And at the end of like that tale is that the Blair Witch kills the one person and makes the other stand in the corner. It sort of had that vibe to it. And like Karma like came down and dealt with Michelle McCool whilst Kelly was in the corner. I always loved that sort of presentation. I always loved that sort of psychology. And I don't know that Shayna would be quite right for that. I don't know that she'd be quite right. You'd have to, you know, see what her presentation was like. But I always enjoyed that about Karma. And Karma was not around that long. Like, the amount of stuff we could have done with her that we never did because she didn't stick around. She went and had a family instead. You know, we probably should be using Nia that way. It's probably how we should be presenting Nia, in all fairness. But I would love to see a woman like come in and take that. I don't know if Shayna's the right one for that. Or if you do that with someone like Piper Niven instead, maybe you relaunch Piper Niven that way. I feel like Karma, it was good because she was big, she was imposing, but you can impose yourself in a different way, can't you? You don't always have to be big. It's just if everyone is scared of you, it would still work. So, yeah, I don't know. A few thoughts there. Lola Vice's MMA record is 4-1 with 2 KOs, says Mr. B. Yeah, she's a great talent. They see a lot in her. Again, I remember when we were doing that WrestleMania 39 ticket launch. So in 2022, WWE did a special show, which was on their social media platforms, where they did some matches and they did a few bits and bobs. And they had Lola Vice on that show because they were so excited about... Oh, Miz is out now. They were so excited about signing her. So she is definitely one they've been excited for a while. Here's R-Truth. He's reminiscing. We're going to get revenge. Tommaso's got a plan. Are you ready? You're trying to regenerate summer. Regeneration X. Regeneration X. Oh, he's taking the TV back. Oh, there we go. Right, Drew McIntyre making his way down to the ring. Ken's said, what's wild is the fact that Shayna came up to the main roster, totally dominated the chamber. Now this is her. Well, actually, when she first came up, wasn't she a bit of a vampire? Do you remember when she bit Becky on the neck in the PC? And, like, Becky's neck was all bleeding and everything. That was a weird direction. That was strange. But then you're right. We started to present her as the killer that I think she should be and dominate a chamber. And, you know... This is part of the problem with WWE. They've got so many toys to play with. And they've got so many... like, now you can bring up a Tiffany Stratton and do something with Tiffany Stratton, you know? That, like, someone like a Shayna Baszler that was so dominant in NXT, women's champion for so long. She really did run that division. Everyone was scared of her. No one's that scared of her now, are they? No one seems to be fearful. Like, Candice and Indy, well, fine. You know, we'll have this match with her, not bothered. Didn't bat an eyelid. There just seems like there's so much work you'd have to do to get her, like, where she needs to be. I don't know that we'll ever do it. How old is she now? How old is she? I've got a feeling she's probably... Jesus, I didn't know it was that. She's 43. She's 43. Do you know what? Perhaps that's it. Perhaps they're looking at it going, what's the point? You know, you get another few years out of Shayna Baszler at this stage. I think that her best years are behind her, to be honest. She made her debut in WWE in 2015. That was 9 years ago. She was in Stardom. But yeah, 43. She's 44 this year. Realistically, you probably are getting a few years, aren't you? You know? Here's Drew. Let's see what Drew's got to say. Drew McIntyre will compete for the world title at WrestleMania. Whoa, whoa, WrestleMania, fighting to survive. Bump it up, bump it up. He got his eardrum blown out. There was a bit of an incident. There's a chance you might not make WrestleMania. I don't believe this is true. I looked at him and said, Who do you think I am, CM Punk? Yeah. I don't think any of that happens. Oh, he crosses his legs. Drew sits on the in the middle of the ring, crosses his legs. Don't shoot up my kilt, you perv. Oh, they're trying to. They're trying to have a good look, aren't they? Look at that. Straight away, we're zooming in. I know you're straight edge. I know you don't drink. I drank twice as much for both of us to celebrate. I know you don't drink. I drank twice as much. I got a lot to get off my chest. Mr. Rollins. I feel like this is going to be a meme. Drew sat there cross-legged. He looks so unnatural. It looks so uncomfortable. It's like a daddy long legs trying to cross his legs. Here's Seth Rollins. Oh my god, he's got another one of them baggy trousered suits. Look at this. It's my way or the highway. It does feel very new metal. Limp Bizkit. So, someone sent me a meme saying like how Seth had raided the worst parts of Hot Topic. So Seth trying to get into the ring. Can't wait for Punk and Drew feud, said Brony. Confused. Is Drew heel? Is he still touching the fans? Yeah, he is heel, but he's a very interesting heel that thinks he's right in the sense of like the points he's making. You can see his perspective. So he is a heel, but he's also someone which he'll tell it like he sees it. But he also wants to win a title in front of the fans. Like, actually being crowned in front of the fans is what he is working towards. So I don't think he's necessarily got an issue with the fans. He'll quite happily call them out. And he is a heel. But it's a lot more complex than that, isn't it? It's a lot deeper than that. Oh, it's very deep. Oh, it's very deep. Drew points at the WrestleMania sign. So Seth and Drew. San Jose. Screaming. Seth is wearing his wife's clothes again, said Internet Menace. SQRL 13. Drew beats Seth. And before he can celebrate, Priest cashes in. Ooh, love it. Love it. Seth looks like a TLC. AF Chris. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that I'm used to. I can see him in that music video right now. Very good. Right, you've got an opportunity to do what you have wanted to do. Except this time, it won't be in an empty warehouse. There's only one thing standing in your way. He is a visionary. See, he is Seth freaking Rollins. Crowd are wooing away again. There's a sign in the crowd that says, "My first show." Whoa. Nikki Cross is in San Jose. Haven't seen her tonight. But apparently she's there. I've been watching what's happening with Roman and Cody and The Rock. You don't need this in your life. I want you at 100%. My responsibility is Raw and that world title. Is saying, why are you getting involved with the bloodline? My focus is here and that, and it should be yours as well. That's interesting. Drew says, back off the bloodline because they're gonna get involved in our match and it will taint my victory. That's interesting, isn't it? He's pleading with Seth to back off because you know they will get involved. Crowd starts singing the song. Whoa. Some risks are worth taking. Respectfully, some risks are worth taking. Drew shakes his head. You've known me a long time. Drew is not afraid to speak the truth, said Justin. That's what she said. Said Drew working with the bloodline, question mark. It's not a bad shout. I think he does genuinely want to have it go fair, you know? You might be right, Drew. But what if you're wrong? You might be right, but what if you're wrong? Some risks are worth taking. Oh, no. I've been selfish in my career. I've been selfish in my life. So he's talking about how he's took shortcuts before, but it's made him feel empty. And he's talking about his daughter. It wasn't until I had my daughter that I realized not everything is about me. They're building Avengers, said AF Chris. William said it's true that some risks are worth taking, but it's absolute fact that weed is worth smoking. Well, ask Liv Morgan if that's true. You might be right, said Seth. But what if you're wrong? What if my knee is 100%? What if we can rid the bloodline once and for all and secure the future of this industry? If we can do that, it will just be you, me, and the World Heavyweight title. May the best man win. So that was not bad. It was all right. Some risks are worth taking. So Drew has basically said, don't get involved with the bloodline, and Seth has said no, some risks are worth taking. Is he right? Is he wrong? Okay, so we are done with that segment. We have got 50 minutes left. We've still got 2 matches to go. We've got Liv in action against Nia, and we've also got Grayson and Cody still to come. So we are just seeing the women's segment from last week. Obviously, there was a big brawl between all the competitors in the women's chamber. We know that Nia got involved. So this is how we got to this match. Seth has a daughter with Becky. That's the real belt. Huh? For real, though, awesome stuff. So we start WrestleMania segment next week for Raw, said Richard. Are we teasing a temporary alliance with Drew and Seth and Cody, said Justin. I don't know what we're teasing, to be honest. I don't know what we're teasing, because you could make an argument that we're teasing is Drew trying to work with the bloodline and dissuade Seth from going after. But then I don't know that Drew would want to work with the bloodline because, well, he might do, actually. I was going to say, why would Drew want to work with the bloodline when they've cost him before? But we know that he wants to win a world title in front of the fans. And if he works with them and they give him the guarantee they're not going to get involved in the match, they could say to him, look, you tell Seth to leave us alone, and we promise we won't get involved in the match. Like that could have happened. I don't know that that's happened, but it might have happened. So actually Drew, like, lining up with Seth and what, I don't know about that. We know that Drew does not like the bloodline. I believe that. But actually it might be in his benefit to have an agreement with them, because his ultimate goal is to win a world title in front of the fans on his own, on the grandest stage, and he really does not want anything getting in the way of that vision. So if it means he's got to dance with the devil, which would be having an agreement with the bloodline to achieve it, I could see him doing that. So there's a few ways that you could go with it, to be honest. There's a few ways that you could go with this. Heyman should interfere with Liv to help Nia Jax win, said Richard. William said, people are surprised that Liv is a pothead, blue tongue, not good at wrestling, long hair with multiple colours. She's a modern day hippie. Why does the World Heavyweight Championship feel like a complete afterthought in this? I think it's terrible, said Puko. Well, yeah, I don't disagree, actually. We are focused on other things rather than this belt. Drew's trying to focus on this belt. He's saying, like, I want to win a world title. I don't want any outside interference. But Seth has been dragged into the other story, hasn't he? I agree. It doesn't do much for this as its own standalone world title, does it? But, you know, I would say that this belt is not in a great place anyway. It's not really established itself. You know, Seth's had some decent title defenses, but this belt hasn't even been around 12 months yet. And we know that the way they introduced it was wrong. You know, we can't get the belt off Roman, so we're going to just make this one out of thin air. I mean, Jesus. Come on. I've got to say that's another bad booking decision by Triple H. You could have introduce this belt in a much, much better way. Even if he just said, we've decided that we need a belt on this brand, or we want a belt on this brand. The roster is so big, it deserves to. That would be better than, you know, Roman's never around. His contract means that we can't get, so we're going to introduce this one. Like, it was. Oh god, it's been buried from the start. And even though Seth's had some decent title defenses and some decent feuds, I don't think we've really got anywhere with this belt in the eyes of the fans. So, I agree. It's not helping it, but it's probably not hurting it either, because I think the reputation of this belt is not in the great place anyway, or the best of places anyway. The World Heavyweight title has not been booked well. I do agree, said LF. I thought the whole point of the belt was for other people to have a chance, but Seth is the only one to have it. Yeah, well, true, but they've got to win it, haven't they? And they are getting chances. So Shinsuke has had a world title match. Drew has had a world title match. Sami got a world title match. AJ was competing to win it at the start. So Seth has been defending it, but in all fairness, you've got to be able to beat Seth in order to get it. So people have been getting opportunity, but they've just not been able to get past Seth Rollins. Who is the person that finally beats him? Who is the person that gets past Seth? I don't think that this should be go on for ages. I agree. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people that deserve a run with a world title, so I certainly don't want Seth to be carrying this belt for much longer. But going into WrestleMania season, okay. Him going in as champ, I mean, in all fairness, Seth Rollins definitely deserves to main event a night of WrestleMania. Definitely. I mean, it is an injustice that he has never gone in as a main eventer. I know he main evented at WrestleMania 31, but that was a cash-in. He was not scheduled to be in the main event. He was not advertised as the main event. He kind of stole that title in that main event because of the Money in the Bank briefcase. So he definitely deserves. This is why I can't really get behind the Bayley EO movement. There's a lot of people, I get tagged a lot in people like, oh, you need to support this. It should be Bayley and EO. And it's like, yeah, normally I'd agree, but it's very hard for me to not make an argument that Seth deserves to main event like a night of WrestleMania as well. And to be honest, even Rhea and Becky feels like a bigger match than Bayley and EO. So it's very difficult as to what should main event night one. I mean, it might end up being that tag match if they are going in that direction. Maybe Seth. That's a shame for Seth, I think. He main events, but it's part of like a tag match. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Right, we are underway with Liv and Nia. Rumble winners should main event, said Bonkers. Well, that is true. I would say that if you win the Rumble, you are definitely penciled in. But if there are bigger stories or bigger stars or exceptions, like, for example, last year, I cannot make the argument against Usos. I mean, when would the Usos main event? They never would, because they would never get a chance to win a Rumble. So what do you do there? Usos deserve to main event. They're one of the greatest tag teams, maybe the greatest tag team we've ever had. And the whole bloodline story and everything. So, I mean, last year, for me, it was a very interesting conversation. Because when would you have the Usos main event? So, last year, I was fine with it. This year, I agree that you pencil in Bayley. She won the Rumble, so she should main event WrestleMania. But, I don't know, Seth deserves to main event WrestleMania. The dominance of Roman Reigns means that he has kind of, you know, we haven't done loads of 2 nights WrestleManias. We've done 36, 37, 38, 39. We've done 4. So it's very hard to get into a main event spot, and Roman has been so dominant. It's very difficult, isn't it? I mean, it's been Roman Brock have main evented quite a few times. So, like, how does Seth get in there? Liv dives onto Nia. It's a really interesting one. I mean, you could be as harsh as saying that's it, no movement. It's going to be the Rumble winners. That's it. If Seth wants to main event, then he's got to win a Rumble. But it's just hard right now because he is a world champion in his own right. We have 2 world champions. So he's got a world championship as well. So it's like he could main event really for the benefit of that belt. You know, if we want that belt to matter, then it probably should main event. But then it is true Bayley won the Rumble. Right, we are at commercial break. Days, do you think the only reason Drew is in the picture is because he re-signed said dad stuff? WWE has got a history of doing that with big names. It's difficult, isn't it? Because I think Drew also does deserve it. I think Drew is a great talent. He's got a good size. He is a good promo. He is going above and beyond on social media. His matches deliver. You know, his feud with Sheamus was great. His title reign was not bad, actually. I thought, for a lot of people, Drew was, like, up there as being, like, an MVP of the pandemic era. For me, it was Bayley, but there's a lot of people that will tell you it was Drew. So, Drew is someone that I think deserves to be around the main event, deserves to be around world titles. He's someone that might only be in this position because of his contract. I can't say that he's not. I can't sit here and say no, it's because of this. You know, it's just coincidence. It's timing. I think you make a good point. It really could be timing wise because of the contract, but he does deserve to be in this position as well. I don't know that anyone looks at Drew in this position and goes, "What's he doing here?" He's got the size. He's got the look. He's got the promo. He can go in the ring. So what I would say is if it's because of the contract, it's only resulted in being where he should be, in my opinion. So I would hope that, like, once we get past this, I would hope that that's not it. I would hope that it's not a case then that he goes back to, like, slipping down the card, you know? I think that would be a real shame if that's what happened. Be a real shame if that's what happened. Is Roman's lack of belt defenses due to his illness, said Leon. I think, to be honest, he's a family man. And I think that he is really at the stage in his career where I think he has had some health problems. And I think he wants to spend more time with his family. I don't think he's got any interest in being on the road. And, you know, so I think if you've had the health concerns he's had, I think you would be a bit more focused on what's important in life. And what's important in life is, of course, your job and your legacy and whatever, but it's also your family. So I can't really say that I begrudge him, like, the schedule that he's got. I do think that he should defend the belt every 30 days. I am a believer in that. And I think he has been falling short of that. But there's a lot of people that want him there regular, but I don't mind him being kept as a special attraction. You know, we can use Raw, SmackDown to find out who the number one contenders are, and we can bring him in and have him do, like, you know, some stories, kind of, you know, him and Sami, and build a few bits and confront a few people and plant some seeds and whatever. But actually defending the title, I have no problem with it being like once every 30 days. I think that is... Everyone should have, like, a minimum expectation. And for me, defending the belt every 30 days has always been the kind of unwritten rule. So he does just fall short of that. I think that he's managed to negotiate himself into that position because he is so influential. He's such a big star that when he goes into negotiations, he's kind of got the deck in his hands, hasn't he? You know, it's he can sort of call the shots. I want this, I want that, I want this. Give me a bit more money. Give me more money, give me less dates. That's probably what he goes in and says. Whatever you've got written down, give me more money and I want to work less dates. And then we all talk. And so he's got himself into the position that he's got himself into. Oof. Nia goes shoulder first into the ring post as Liv moves out the way. And right now we've got Liv on the shoulders of Nia. Nia looking out at the crowds. Becky Lynch is attacking Nia. So Becky Lynch attacks Nia. She's smashing Nia face first into the commentary table. Looks kind of fun. Becky is all kinds of fired up right now. I gotta say, that match, you know, it was not bad. There were some moments during that match. Liv was battling away. Nia certainly didn't put Liv away like we thought she may have done. So, Big Time gets involved. I think that'll probably be a win for Nia, though, thanks to DQ. So, Liv on the outside. Unbeaten Liv there. Right, here's Theory and Grayson. Is there going to be any drama between these two? Theory doesn't look best pleased, does he? Heyman in the background. Heyman in the background. Did you see Heyman, like, walking past? I did everything I could to protect him. Theory's like... This lad is never finishing his story. Well, that was it. I mean, Theory didn't say anything. He just sort of stood there, didn't he? Grayson's like, I did everything I could to protect my boy. Theory was like, did you? Paul Heyman just walking in the background. Don't know what that means. Oh, there we go. Ole Anderson getting a mention. JT said, Days, I've got the solution. They should do a Saturday night main event from Madison Square Garden honoring 40 years of WrestleMania. They could have Cody, Seth versus Rock, Roman. What do you think? I'd love it. Yeah, I'd love it. I'd love for them to do that. We've got a graphic for Ole Anderson, which honestly I didn't think they would get together in time. I think they've probably been working on that during the show. But yeah, little graphic coming up, little moment. That's good to see, that is. So no shade on them not having it at the start. I think that I know making a graphic is not that difficult, but getting it authorized, going, you know what I mean, going through the chain of command to get it signed off and get it actually inserted into the show, you could understand that it takes a hot minute. So no shade them not having it. I would have expected one for the start of NXT tomorrow. But at least they managed to get a little something in during the show, so fair play. So yeah, a special Madison Square Garden show. Lovely. Yeah, lovely, lovely. I'm just not aware of one at the moment. Capper Owen said, Days random, but Liv is in the Kill Room movie. I don't know what that is. I don't know when that came out, if it's new, if it's old. I will Google it. Kill Room. Came out last year, apparently. 58% on Metacritic, 61% on Rotten Tomatoes. And it is on Prime Video right now, apparently. Right, she should have won. She was great to see Becky. She should have done that when Liv had won after the match, but it was awesome to see. Said Intoxicated Drums. Jim said Paul Heyman in the background of that interview. AF Chris said they probably needed time to create the graphic. Rajesh, shout out to you, Rajesh Days. Guess who will be a chance to win Universal at WrestleMania? Well, Cody is in. The Universal belt is now combined with the WWE belts, the undisputed Universal Heavyweight Championship, blah blah blah. So you know, Cody will be competing for both. He'll be going for the Universal and the WWE. I mean, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because as Mitchell pointed out earlier, on Wikipedia they list Sami as being a Raw and a SmackDown Tag Team Champion rather than an undisputed Tag Team Champion. I would only regard it as one belt. Like he won 2 belts, but it's one championship. But on Wikipedia they seem to list it as 2, a Raw and a SmackDown. So, you know, what do you do with Romans? What do you do with Romans? Is that 2? Do you win the Universal and the WWE? I mean, you do, but do you not just win one? Do you undisputed? It's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know now. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's right or what's wrong anymore. For me, it's very clear. If you win the undisputed tag belts, you win the undisputed tag belts. If you win the undisputed, like, they have been unified, they have been brought together. And actually, it's represented by one belt as well. The one that Roman's got is that gold belt. We don't have belts that represent the unified tag belts at the moment. But Roman's has got a special belt that represents the unification. So that shouldn't really count as both. But I don't know now. Now I don't know because of what they've done with the tag ones. Angie and Joshua, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Less than half an hour to go. Angie and Joshua said, why is Liv being a pothead such a big deal? It isn't. It's well known that Randy Orton is one too. Double standards. It's 2024, lol. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a big deal. It's just a fun thing to joke about. I think the reason why it's a fun thing to joke about is because you didn't really or wouldn't expect it from Liv. Hang on. Becky wants Nia. Official. Done. Here's Liv. Not everything has to be about you. Liv is upset with Becky. I was in the middle of something out there. Not everything has to be about you. Yeah, so to answer your question, it's not a big deal. It's just quite funny because I think Liv is this girl next door who I don't think you really think about what she gets up to in her spare time. I mean, I don't. So the fact that she got pulled over and arrested because she had weed in the car, it's, you know, you might associate that with Randy, who's been a bit of a bad boy. Is that... Oh, I thought it might be Heyman in the background. But you don't really expect it from Liv, so I think people just enjoy joking about it, having fun with it, but it's not a big deal. I think that's reflected in the fact that she didn't get much of a punishment. I think she got a $500 fine. Jay is wearing some Yeet glasses. I'm guessing you can get them from WWE Shop. Yeet. He's talking about how he keeps falling short. Hear the crowd, man. The crowd are yeeting away. They're really into him. The yeet is the new what? Drew. Drew steps up to Jay. I'm in a good place. I know what you're going through. I want you to know, from the bottom of my heart, you deserve this. These two throwing down backstage, Drew and Jay. Drew and Jay, I like that. From the bottom of my heart, you deserve this. One match left to go. Main event time. Here's Grayson Waller. There's the shoey, CGI shoeys. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. But everyone assumes that I am because I'm from Hawaii, says Angie. Do you know what? I actually wouldn't make that connection, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know if that's a thing in America. Here in the UK, I don't think Hawaii and think... Maybe that's just me. I don't know. I actually don't think Hawaii and weed. When I think of Hawaii, I think of, like, hula skirts. People doing that. I mean, in my mind, Angie, you're basically doing this as you're watching wrestling in a hula skirt. And maybe, I don't know, enjoying some coconut milk and coconuts. That's what I think of. And maybe like flowers in a neck. I don't think of weed. I really don't. Don't think of weed at all if I think of Hawaii. It's more that. A lot more that. You can't be doing that and smoking weed. Do you know what I mean? Although maybe the weed explains that. I've never really thought about it. Actually, now it starts to make more sense. There's so many wild storylines mixing and matching on the road to WrestleMania. How are all these beefs gonna get resolved? Oh, there's beefs everywhere. You are right. There is a lot that are mixing up, aren't there? Right, we have got our main event. It's going to be Cody taking on Grayson Waller. Right, we've got our scores for Nia and Liv. Let's get these recorded. Don't forget, after the show, I will go onto social media and put a post up saying your thoughts, and we'll do another opinions video. We did one the other day for Elimination Chamber. As I was doing it, I thought to myself I really needed a predictable counter because I feel like I said that word more than any other word I've ever said. Predictable, 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 predictable. Predictable, 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 predictable. So, yeah, we'll do one for this week's Raw. We'll get all the... what I love about doing the opinion videos now is not only does it mean that we can get to your thoughts, chuck them around, discuss them, but also the match scores. You get to see how they relate to all the matches. And the show scores as well. We chuck that in also. So, You can, if you just want to skip to those, I put timestamps in the descriptions. So you can just skip to those. If you just want to see how the match scores compare to... we've got every match from Raw, NXT, SmackDown, Premium Live events, all rated. You lot have rated every single match. We've got them in a spreadsheet, and so we can see where this matches relate to those matches. We had a look at Elimination Chamber. Every match at Elimination Chamber, with the exception of the kickoff show, came out as great. All 4 matches came out as great. Top match was the Women's Chamber match. Second match was the tag match. Third match was the Men's Chamber. And the match that was least well received was Rhea Nia, but it was still great. So, really solid. In-ring wise, really solid. We weren't seeing any kind of missteps, really. There was nothing that got to that all-time level, but just really, really good, well-received matches, all of them. So it was a weird show because it didn't have anything monumental, but what we did get seemed to land. So we'll see what people think of Raw. We'll get your thoughts and get a video up for tomorrow. Right, next week, Jey Uso against Drew McIntyre. Jey Uso against Drew McIntyre. That's going to be coming up next week. So is Becky and Nia. Now, it's interesting that Liv is off with Becky because that does feel like a way forward for her to get into the match with Becky and Rhea. There is potential for Liv to get into that match. We already know that she wants revenge on Rhea. If she now is going to start having an issue with Becky, could be interesting. Jacob, shout out to you. Angie said, Days, I always get asked if I've had my Maui Wowie. Maui Wowie from Hawaii. I used to get asked if I know Doug the Bounty Hunter. Yeah, in my mind, it's this. I don't think I've never heard of Maui Wowie. Wasn't that what Bray Wyatt was on about? A bit of the old Maui Wowie. Imagine if Yowie Wowie turned out to be like a drugs code all this time and we never knew. That would explain the Funhouse, in all fairness. The Funhouse all of a sudden makes a lot more sense. A lot more sense. Maui Wowie, I've never even heard of that. It's fun. Did you know Doug the Bounty Hunter, by the way? Didn't he get in trouble or someone in his family get in trouble? What did I hear about Doug the Bounty Hunter? He's still with us. No. His wife, maybe that was it. His wife passing away. She passed away in 2019. He married again in 2021. Damn. Did you know that he was married in 1972 to 1977, 79 to 82, 82 to 91, 91 to 2002, 2006 to 2019, and now 2021, and he's got 12 kids. How many wives has he had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wives, 12 kids. Is that why he's called Doug? That's mental, isn't it? Heck, is that his name? No. Oh, I feel like I'm going down a wormhole here. I'm reading about like prison sentences, hate crimes. Jeez, they should do a Doug the Bounty Hunter film, man. Angie, are you one of his wives? He's had 6 of them. Right, Cody's here. What? Cody, there's a sign in the crowd that says, I'm a Cody crybaby. Nice headlock takeover by Cody. How long we got? 17 minutes. Summerland Brock destroyed Randy with a real elbow. WWE destroys Randy. We've put in him with Randall and now facing Logan the Scammer, said First 48 Gaming. He's like Henry VIII. He's exactly like Henry VIII, Susan. Shot coming into the midsection. Grayson going out. I like Grayson's attire, Australian colours. Green and gold. So knees coming in there by Grayson. Shots coming back to the midsection. Cody goes down. I think he's even got Australia on the band. What if Theory turns here? What if Theory turns here? What if Theory turns in this match? He was very quiet backstage. He is at ringside. Respect for Cody. Hard worker, says El Leon. I've never met him, but there is a connection to UFC out of my hometown. BJ Penn. Oh, wow. Just One of the best, just one of the best MMA fighters that the UFC's ever seen. Very cool. That is very cool. That's better than being one of Dog the Bounty Hunter's former wives. Wrestler Andy said, you need to add the AJ Styles billboard to the top right hand of the screen. That's a good shout, yeah. I'm worried that I might get in trouble, though, legal trouble, because there ain't no way that's legit. Is there? But you are right. What was it? The colonoscopy. AJ, now that he's turned 45, it's time for your colonoscopy. Right, we go to commercial break. Nando said, random, but did you ever want kids? Are you selling some? I might be in the market to buy some, I'm not sure. Take up a lot of time, don't they? I'll probably leave it. Probably leave it for now. Now, like, the unseen videos take up a lot of time, so... If you can get me a good price, I might be tempted. Brony said, I don't care about 2K ratings, but Logan getting a 90 is wild. I am very much in the first part of that. In fact, I find them actively annoying. I hate that they're on screen. Hate that they're on screen. I saw someone mention about Grayson. Thank you. Yeah, I hate that they're on screen. It is like having Dave Meltzer's match scores on screen. It's like, why do we care? Why would we care? I appreciate that the information probably needs to exist. Like, maybe for the game to make sense. Do you know what I thought the other day? Why don't they just put everyone to 99 and then you can change them yourself? Because every time anyone criticizes them, the answer you get is, oh, you can change them. Oh, okay, we'll put everyone to 99 then. Or have everyone on 0 and then you can change them yourself. Why even have them have any kind of scores? It's just designed to get you talking and to wind you up. That's it. It's just designed to get a conversation. Have you seen the 2K scores? Can you believe blah, 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 blah? I get they have to exist, right? I ain't got a problem with that. Don't put them on screen. I'm not interested. Not interested. Imagine the uproar if WWE started putting up Dave Meltzer match ratings straight after a match had finished. They start putting up Dave Meltzer. How long do you reckon people would stand for that? Not long is my guess. Not long. So that's my rant over. I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up. Timothy said, breaking news. Did you see Heyman sneaking around? I did, my friends, yes. I did. I think we're quite good at, not always, but I think we're quite good at spotting these things. Did you see that Kofi was wearing a Mansoor t-shirt when he first arrived? Not, I didn't, but Kojiko did. Here, look. MXM brand. I actually don't know what that is. MXM. Is that Mansoor and Marseille, or is it just Mansoor on his own? There, look. Kofi's wearing that. Ah, Mansoor's like, ah. That's nice. Right, we are back to the action. We got 12 minutes left of the show. It's been confirmed that Paul Heyman is in the back. Oh yeah, we saw him. It's been confirmed by our cameras. that pic of you circled where you said before the We Want Cody movement is me. My grey hair is coming from this controversy. Hang on. That pic you circled where you said before the We Want Cody movement is me. What pic did we circle? Jessica, are you talking to yourself? What's happening? What picture did we circle? You even talking to me? What's happening? What's going on? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. Austin Theory is getting on the edge of the ring. Cody going over. I'm here for a potential Theory turn on Grayson. Shot coming in there, and Cody goes down. Theory applauding at the moment. That's teamwork, says Theory. Cody goes through the ropes, dives into Theory. Theory goes over the commentary table. Cody battling away with Grayson, who delivers a clothesline. It was, yes, I'm not talking to myself. Yeah, but no one knows what you're on about. What do you mean? What did we circle? That sounds like a lot of work. I don't think that sounds like me. Cody cutter there by Cody. Cody hits a Cody cutter on Grayson Waller. Now he's looking for a crossroads. We've still got 10 minutes to go, you know. Boom! Connects. 1, 2, 3. So what do we do now then? Main event is over. We got 10 minutes to go. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is this? Heyman coming out. Are we getting a big segment? Why have we ended the main event so early? What the hell is going on? What is this? Let's go match score. Look at Theory. Theory on the commentary table like, trying to reach. He was never going to reach. He was never going to make it. His arms are just not that long. Ladies and gentlemen. Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman. We got 10 minutes to cook. We got 10 minutes to cook. Oh, some people in suits. What we cooking? What we cooking? Hey, what's this? He's got a chair. Who are them people in suits? I don't even recognise them. Them people in suits will all be main event in WrestleMania in 20 years' time. So you go, oh my God, do you remember when Gus Jefferson was dressed as a heavy for Paul Heyman? You're ruining my shtick. It's weird seeing him with some people. My Heyman is Paul Heyman. My name is Paul Heyman. Where's this going? 9 minutes left. Cody Rock now, said Richards. I'm right here. Come and get me. Everyone calm down. The only member of the bloodline here is me. Do you see? Do you see a drop of Polynesian blood? This Raw has been okay. These gentlemen are my friends from the NYPD. They're all suspended. These are his friends. They're all suspended from the NYPD. Okay. No one's asking for an apology. Will Smith. I understand how insulting it must be to be Will Smithed across the face. You need to keep The Rock's name out your friggin' mouth. My tribal chief. Okay. You don't just get a match with The Rock by saying it. A year ago, we were in the ring crying with each other, says Paul. I'm pleading with you. I'm begging with you. Please, Cody. Step aside? Pretty please? Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. With a cherry on top, Jesus! He's got to do it now! Please. Withdraw this challenge to The Rock. Or else. Bum, bum, bum. Did we take the challenge all that seriously? Or else. What, Mr. Heyman? Do you want to know why I've not trashed your new boy? Like almost everyone in here tonight, we were fans of The Rock. I'm done. I'm fed up with being nice. Oh, a bit of an edge to Cody. I'm done. I'm absolutely fed up with being nice. That's good. That's good. Or else the NYPD suspended cops are going to put you in jail. I don't know what these suspended cops are going to do. Risk their jobs. I mean, they're already suspended. They can't be getting into any trouble, can they? So, Heyman was about to get in. Cody's not interested. The suspended cops are getting in. How long we got? 3 minutes. Suspended cops. If one more person takes a step, I'm dropping everyone. If anyone takes a step, I'm dropping everyone. So Heyman says that threat can't apply if I'm that person. Wrong. Boom. Chair to the midsection. Steel chair across the back. The suspended cops are being... Oh my God! Wow! Did you see that? You see him throw the chair at that dude's face? Oh my God! That was sick! Oh, that was sick! That was like martial arts stuff. I need that. I need that. That GIF's going to be everywhere, man. That's going to be everywhere. Oh, he's got 2 phones. He's got the Rock phone. He's got a Roman phone. The bloodline's not hunting me. I'm hunting the bloodline, said Cody. Heyman got his phone out. It was like, call The Rock. And he had a second phone. That second phone might not have picked up the bit where he says call. Because he said call to that phone. This one might not have picked it up. He's not using these phones, right? Jab to the midsection. Throw it at him again. That was sick. Do the throw thing. Chair to the midsection and across the back. Throw it at him again. Oh. That was so cool. It was like Kill Bill. It's like Game of Death. Oh, man. Those suspended cops. They were rubbish. They deserve to be terminated, cops. I don't think they're a very high caliber of cop. Oh, that was so good. Bro's got 2 phones. He's talking to both as well. Well, that was a strange ending. We don't normally get that, do we? The poor local talent, said Jim. The poor local talent. Right, let's go over to the second account and get the poll up. What did you think about that? What did you think about that episode? What did you think about that ending? I mean, I must admit, it was better than just ending with a win over Grayson Waller. You know, if he'd have just had a match and then beat Grayson Waller, but God, at least we got something of substance at the end. I love Cody saying like that he's sick of being nice and having a little bit of an edge. That's good. The bloodline aren't hunting me. I'm hunting the bloodline. That was good. The bit where he threw that flipping chair at that dude's face. That was awesome. What did you score WWE Raw? 5, 3, 2, 1. Don't forget, I am also going to put that thing up on X so that you can get your thoughts across as to what you thought about that segment. Did you like it? Did you think it was unnecessary? Did it really do a great deal? How do you feel about Paul Heyman asking Cody to pretty please, with a cherry on top, drop his challenge and then Cody not do it? Is that a heel turn? That's my question. Is that a Cody Rhodes heel turn? Because there was a pretty please in there, and where I come from, that is about as serious as it gets. I think there's only Pinky Promise that's actually above that. Right, we've got the thing up. So if you go to Wrestling Days Clips, the second channel, which just never gets used, then you can vote in the poll over there. Lovely, lovely. Let me close that down. Let me come back to the live stream. I'm telling you, if Cody has got 2 matches, I'm going to be super angry, says Johnny. I would not be, I'd just be a bit confused, to be honest. I mean, I feel like the tag match, it's definitely an option. I mean, it's clearly a direction that it looks like they're heading in, but yeah, I'm confused by it as well. I mean, if you do the tag match, that means that Cody's got to wrestle twice, Roman's got to wrestle twice, Seth's got to wrestle twice, like... And surely that main event's night 1. So you can forget your Bailey EO thing. You can forget Rhea or you can forget Drew. You can forget Becky Rhea. That match, I'm sure, would be the main event. Unless you open with it, but oof, would they? Would they? Would they? Maybe they would. Right, let's jot down the scores of the match. I've got so many little admin things to do. No one deserves to have 2 matches, says Johnny. The tag match is the only reasonable answer, says Jim. 6, 8, 55, 29. Run, Bloodline, run! Heyman didn't ask for sprinkles on top. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. The sprinkles were definitely missing. So maybe it is acceptable. Timothy, shout out to you, said, I don't get the suspended cops. I think they were probably cops. and then maybe in the heat of the moment, he just made them suspended cops. I don't really get why they were suspended cops. Is he just trying to hammer home the fact that he works with people that are maybe not on the right side, the people that operate in the grey area? You know, he doesn't work with cops and police. He works with the bent cops, if you will, the ones that will take a bribe, the ones that will be investigated and suspended for whatever. You know, I wonder if that was part of his thinking. It did feel unnecessary, didn't it? I didn't need the life story of the cops, in all fairness, although I would like to know what they were suspended for, how long for, and also if they're sorry. I would have liked that information. Feedback required then. Let's put this message out there. What did you think about this week's WWE Raw? Thoughts, theories, questions, etc. Okay, that post is up right now. Timothy, you are not alone, but it was a good show, says Big Bud. Let me go into this, make sure I'm on top of things. Boom. Cameron said, I've tweeted you something for Unseen. Thank you, Cameron. I am drowning, I think, in bits. I've actually been trying to keep on top of it whilst we've been streaming so that I can not be drowning quite as much. But there we go. Great stream. Good night, William. Shout out to you. JJ said, should have pulled WCW and come out with RoboCop. Yeah. Can't find the second channel, says Ronnie. It should be Wrestling Days clips. I think I need to... I don't actually have the link to it. I don't actually have the thing for it. Wonder if I can find it. Wrestling Days clips. Yeah, doesn't even come up for me, to be honest. It's not the easiest to find, is it? There it is. I'll put it in the chat. Austin did it. Okay. Days US Intercontinental and Women's World Championship being talked about. Possible multi-person matches. Too many for me on one card. If you could pick one, what would you pick? I would pick US. I think I'd pick US, although not the women's. Definitely not the women's. It'd be US or Intercontinental. I don't I don't mind Randy versus Logan one-on-one, but it's not the match that I was looking for. Intercontinental-wise, there is a lot of people, in all fairness, that should go for it. But I don't need Sami in that match. And I think Chad should be in that match. Sheamus hasn't come back yet. Chad should be in the match. Sheamus hasn't come back. I think he's already had enough chances. I don't want Sami. I really don't mind Andrade being in that match. I don't need Damian or Dominic, so I don't know. There are a lot of people sniffing around the Intercontinental, but I'm not sold on all of them that are. I'm not desperate to see all of them compete for it, you know? So it leaves me thinking, like, would I just be happier if it was Chad versus Gunther? Would I just be happier if it was Andrade versus Gunther? I probably would. So I don't know. Intercontinental, you could do it. There's definitely more people around that. But then saying that, LA Knight, AJ Styles, Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, Logan for the United States Championship. So I certainly wouldn't mind if that went that way, you know? So it's a really good question. I really wouldn't mind if you did the IC or the United States, but I agree. Don't do them both. Don't do them both. Just go with one of them. It's going to come down to which one you want to go with, isn't it, really? Do you want to do the LA, Logan, Randy, Kevin Owens one? Or do you want to do the Andrade, Sami, Chad? You want to go that way? Or maybe we end up with both being multi-person matches. But I agree. I would just do the one. So, but yeah, not the women's. Mr. Dr. Muna said, I used the stream to listen. It was great. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've got to say, for me personally, not a classic Raw by any means. I think this felt like a Raw where it was a hangover. This felt like a hangover. This felt like we'd been to Australia. We'd just got back. Everyone was still a bit sleepy, not feeling their best. And so we put on a show using some of the talent that didn't go, little sprinkling of the talent that did. But this was not the kind of show you would want on the road to WrestleMania. But maybe because of the Australian pay-per-view, it was what it was. I think that we should get stronger offerings as we continue moving forward. And don't forget, not only are we back tomorrow with NXT, but we have Rock and Roman on SmackDown on Friday. That is going to be absolutely huge. That is going to be absolutely huge. Face Theory maybe goes over Gunther, says William. Austin said, I don't really have an interest in Andrade dethroning Gunther. Eric said, if Gunther gave you $1,000 to take one of his chops, would you? Yeah, of course. I mean, it would hurt, but you'd survive. You'd get over it. $1,000. That's going to pay for the groceries for a bit, innit? So, definitely. Johnny said, who do WWE think need a match 2 times at WrestleMania? Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either, but I'm not a fan of it either. I think if the storyline really demanded it, then you might be in a situation where you have to do it. But I sort of look at this and think, well, we don't have to go that way. We can go that way, but we don't have to go that way. We could have had Seth lose the title, and we could have done Seth versus Rock, and then Cody Roman on night 2. I do understand that The Rock's got to have a match. It doesn't have to be a tag match. And I know people will say, yeah, but The Rock needs protecting. But it's like, well, hang on. It's only a few weeks ago he was about to face Roman in a singles match, legit. That was meant to be our main event. There was no protecting then. So I can't say I agree that he needs to be in a tag match. I can't say that I agree with that. The gauntlet thing feels like a swerve. The Gunther thing feels like a swerve. Maybe the next week or two, a big name would come back, like Batista or someone. Well, there's a few things that could happen here. I mean, we could end up with a multi-person, right? Or it could be that all these challengers go into some sort of gauntlet match where we decide who the number 1 contender is. It could be that we do a 6-pack challenge or a fatal 5-way, or, the job of Raw and Adam Pearce is really to figure out who the number 1 contender is. And we tried to do this last year when both Sheamus and Drew wanted a shot, and we couldn't do it. It was going to be a draw, and Gunther ended up facing both of them, and he was livid, and so he should have been. So could you imagine now if he ends up having to face all of these people? He'd be right to be livid. He'd be right to be livid, because it is a massive disadvantage for the champion to be in a multi-person match where you don't have to be pinned or submitted, or you don't have to be beaten. Someone can just grab the belt before you do, and that's it. So you could understand Gunther being absolutely livid. So really, that we should tell the story of us trying to figure out who that challenger should be. So I've got to think there will be a number 1 contenders match. It's just, will it have a screwy finish, which then results in us doing a multi-person match at WrestleMania anyway. So I think I agree. I think there's a lot more way to go, Robert said, why the criticism tonight? We don't need negative. Enjoy it. If you criticize, then watch and support AEW. I mean, Robert, no offense, but that is a bit of a silly comment because, you know, we are watching and talking about wrestling. I mean, we are fans of WWE, but if the show doesn't meet your expectation, and considering we're in, you know, WrestleMania season, if the show doesn't meet your expectation because you was hoping for some bigger twists, bigger turns, bigger moments as we head towards WrestleMania 40, why can you not criticize the products? I mean, imagine not being allowed to voice your opinion. I don't understand that at all. You know, we love WWE. I love WWE. I've been watching it since the early 90s. So, I mean, the idea of if you're going to criticize it, go watch AEW. Come on, man. What are you on about? Silly. I mean, what were we meant to do? Just sit here and go, everything was brilliant, 10 out of 10. guys, what did vote for that match, would you? It's all time, or all time. Guys, if you go over to the second channel, you can vote for that show. It's all time, or all time. What are we doing? Come on. We like to be honest. We like to talk about what we like. We like to talk about what we don't like. If you don't talk about the things that you don't like, then when you talk about the things that you do like, it's not going to carry any weight, is it? If you say you like everything, no one's going to listen to you because, well, you're an idiot, first of all, because you can't like everything. Even the people that work there don't like everything. Even the people in creative don't like everything. So it's a case of pointing out the stuff that you do like, pointing out the stuff that you do. Oh, I'd tweak this, I'd change that. There's a big difference between constructive criticism and criticism where you're laying into everything just for the sake of laying into everything. There's a massive difference between that. There'll be people that are AEW fans that will watch this show and whatever was on it would just be trashed. Yeah, hardcore AEW, you know, the kind of fans that hate WWE, the kind of people that set up WWE botched on X, you know, and the same is true the other way around. The people that set up like AEW botches, they will watch an AEW and they will just trash it. Yeah, look at this botch, look at that botch, blah 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 blah. Right? There's a massive difference between that and constructive criticism. So this is why, you know, people that score the shows, honestly, those are the people that we want here. We don't want people here that are just going to give everything 10 out of 10. Your opinion is worthless to me. I don't value your opinion. I don't want your opinion. I don't want you here because you're not providing anything useful. Because to you, everything's just perfect and it's not. So you don't have anything to contribute to the conversation. I'd much rather be speaking to people that are telling me their honest opinions about things so that we can talk about where things are going, what things are good, what things are bad, getting some different perspectives. That's what it's about, man. That's what it's about. I think we're pretty good at that here. I think we're pretty good. I think we've got a good community for that. Philip said, do you think Braun should change his name to Braun Steiner? No. No, I don't. I know that a lot of people do, but I think that Braun Breaker is a good name. I think it's a good name. You can see that as a main event of WrestleMania. I'm not saying that Braun Steiner isn't, but I think Braun Breaker, I think, is a better name. I think it also doesn't matter that he's the son of a Steiner brother. It's a fun little fact, but he has to stand on his own 2 feet, right? And I think that if he was Braun Steiner, that would be fine, but it doesn't make him a better wrestler. It doesn't make him a better promo. It doesn't do anything for him. It doesn't open any doors that aren't already open to him, you know? It's one of those whereby if you know that he was a son of a Steiner, you go, oh, right, okay, that's interesting. But that's a fun little fact that WWE can mention on commentary. That's a fun little fact that people will learn at different stages that they're introduced to him. It's not something that needs to be shoved in people's faces. It's not something that needs to be like front and center, like, you know, on the posters and all that kind of stuff. He is the son, like, that's not going to change. He is the son of one of the Steiners, and so fine, that's it. It's just like how Lexis King is the son of Brian Pillman. He doesn't need the Pillman name. He can forge his own character. He can become his own person. At the end of the day, he will stand or he will sink or swim on his own, won't he? If he can't promo, if he can't do matches, you know, he will sink or swim on his own. So I think the Steiner name, it just doesn't do much. I don't think it really opens any doors for him that are not already open. He's already in WWE. He's already in the system. So now it's down to him, you know, making his own name. I like the Bron Breakker name as well. I think it's a good name. I like the Lexis King name. I think that's a good name. I think both of those names you can see, like, getting somewhere. And I'm not saying that Brian Pillman Jr. wouldn't, or that Bron Steiner wouldn't, but I just sort of think, like, it's not a problem to me. It doesn't make a difference to me. Let's keep balance. My question, Okada leaving New Japan and didn't come back to New Japan. He's going to AEW doesn't make sense, says Robert. Okada leaving New Japan, don't come back to New Japan, going to AEW doesn't make sense. He's left New Japan. I think that the money is better in America. So I think that he's done like something like 14 years with New Japan. I think he's achieved everything he can achieve. And I think that he wants to get a taste of America. So the question then is, would he go to AEW or would he go to WWE? And he has decided that seemingly AEW is the better fit for him. I think part of that is that he already knows the organization. I think he feels valued. I think he knows that he's going to be used as a big star. I think he will have spoke to Tony Khan. I think the money would have been very competitive. I think that there's a project there that I think he's probably interested in help him. You know, with WWE, how much are you going to influence things? You can go to WWE and be a star, a big star. You can main event WrestleMania and boost your brand and, you know, wonderful. But you're not going to turn the company's fortunes around. The company is making money hand over fist, you know? You are not going to go there and be seen as like a savior or something. But with AEW, they are struggling a little bit, right? I know that they've sold like, is it 13,000 tickets for Revolution? I know that they're doing another Wembley show. I know that they have got people coming in. I know that the future looks good. But I think even AEW fans would admit that the company has been spinning its wheels a bit in recent times. I don't think anyone can say that over the past, say, 12 months or so that this has been a great period for them. You know, rarely do they hit 1 million in the ratings. We know the attendance issues. Observer, Wrestling Observer, that have been big supporters, even they are coming out saying it feels like it's cooled, right? And that's coming from Brian Alvarez, Dave Meltzer, you know, some of AEW's biggest supporters. So I think that it's an interesting prospect for him because he's going to a company that's maybe not the biggest company. No disrespect to AEW. I mean, clearly they're second to WWE. But he can go and make a big impact. And I think he's been given big assurances. And I'm sure he's being paid a big amount of money. So I think that him going there, he knows everyone. He knows, like, you know, Kenny and the Burks and Osprey and Jay White. And he's already worked with them with Forbidden Door. I just sort of feel like I can understand it, you know. I think he'll go there. He'll feel quite settled. But yeah, I think he's done New Japan. He's completed it. It's a box that's been very firmly ticked. And in all truth, there's more money now to be made in America than there is in Japan. William, do you take the easy money with AEW or do you continue to build your value in WWE? Well, I mean, I don't know if it's easy money. I mean, I feel like he is looking at it like, if I go to WWE, I'm going to be one of many. If I go to AEW, there's not as many, and I'm going to stand out a bit more. If you go to WWE, it's very hard to know that you are going to be in main events on a regular basis, because they've got CM Punk, they've got Roman Reigns, The Rock's around, Cody's around, Seth's around. We're trying to build up Gunther. There's just so many people. I know there's 2 brands, but it's crowded. It is crowded. AEW, there's a lot of people, but not a lot of people around the top end of the card. And I bet he's sort of looking at it going, well, do you know what? I can make my mark in America. I can make money in America. I can be the face of a company in America, or at least one of the faces. In WWE, you might get a run with the belt, but then there's every chance that you get pushed to the back burner. I mean, AJ very much has been pushed to the back burner in recent times. Shinsuke has sort of lived on the back burner. So, there's a lot of back burner stuff. And Okada may look at that and think, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to be on the back burner. I want to always be in the mix, and there's no guarantee of that in WWE. I'm sure he could have got assurances and whatnot, but I think there was a few things, the relationships he's already got, the friends that he's already got that are over there. I mean, I think he knows more in AEW than he does WWE, so it's going to come down to it's a lighter schedule as well, isn't it? It's a much lighter schedule, so you don't have to do as much. So, I think there's going to be a few factors. Only he can make the right decision that's for him, and I don't begrudge him going to AEW. It's his choice. It's his choice. I would love for him to have come to WWE, but if it's not to be, it's not to be. I'd rather people come to WWE that want to be there. And want to put that shift in and are excited by the challenge. And if he thinks that he's more excited by something else elsewhere, then all the best to him. Honestly, Okada's just one of the best I've ever seen, and I am disappointed he didn't come to WWE. I'd never say different, but I do think that he will be a good pickup for AEW, and I think that he'll have the space he needs in AEW as well. WWE sucks a lot, but WWE sucks a lot, and AEW, but Devotion Championship never sucks, said Johnny. Philip says, Days, do you think about what you put in Unseen whilst you are streaming, or research after the stream? Most of the time I think about it after, but I already know going into this stream that I was already drowning a little bit. Today in particular has just been a very heavy day of being tagged in stuff. So I already know that I'm a bit behind the curveball. I definitely need to go in a minute. But so I did actually kind of work through a few things whilst I was streaming. Whilst we were at commercial breaks and whatnot. I was kind of working through and putting a few bits into folders and whatever. But no, I can't really do it whilst I'm streaming. It's too distracting. And so really I do it away from the streams. But I never look at a moment and think, oh, that can go in Unseen. Because really Unseen is primarily stuff that's not on the show. It's things that weren't shown during the show. That's its primary focus. So I never really look at stuff. I must admit, when I saw Heyman in the background, that was when I was like, I definitely need to get that in there. Because that might have been unseen by people. And actually, we did have people going, did you spot Thingy in the background? So that was one I was like, yeah, I need to get that in there. But, I mean, it's not as urgent now, is it? Because we ended up seeing Heyman at the end of the show anyway. So, yeah, I think that... it's one that takes up a lot of my time. I don't know that it's possible to do it during streams because I wouldn't want to get too distracted. I don't think the Undisputed Kingdom have done much for AEW, said Ethan. William said, house shows, events you are available for, meet and greets. WWE has a lot more business to grow. You meet the right people and avoid the traps of scams. It's true that like WWE would have made him a bigger brand. I mean, I agree with that, but I suppose you have to balance it with what you're looking for. And if he feels there's more value in AEW for him, then so be it. Scott Steiner had the same name in WCW. WWE called him Scotty sometimes. First 48 Gaming said if Edge didn't help AEW, Okada and Sasha Banks aren't going to. The only thing I'd say on that is I don't think the booking of Edge has been perfect. Far from it. I mean, I think they gave his first promo away for free at a press conference. His first match was when they went head-to-head with NXT and they got 600,000 viewers. I think that they've dropped the ball repeatedly with Edge. I think to the point where you might even struggle to book him worse than I think how he's been booked. I think there's way too many people involved in the story that he's telling, you know. It's not just him against someone. There's just like Nick Wayne's mom, there's Luchasaurus, there's like all these people around. It's just crowded, cluttered. I really don't like it. I really don't like how they've used him. So had they have used him better, promoted him better, had his first match really built up and... like, you know, more than 600,000 people watching it. I mean, 600,000 for a Dynamite is not good, but of course it was never going to be good because you moved to a Tuesday and you went up against a stacked NXT. I understand that you've got to put up some sort of fight, but to sacrifice your Edge match in that moment seems crazy. It's one of those where, in retrospect, now you can say it was crazy, but in all fairness to Tony Khan, he didn't know how it was going to shake out. You know, in Tony's mind, he might have thought an Edge match might give us the Edge, you know? The Edge's first match might give us the win over NXT, but it didn't go that way, did it? In retrospect, you have to say it was wrong. And even at the time of when Edge arrived at that pay-per-view, I remember saying, no, you can't have Edge at the press event after. His first promo is everyone wants to hear what he's going to say. And they had him at the press event. So I learned everything I needed to know about why Edge was in AEW on a press event, a nothing event that was on social media that I could watch for free. It meant that his Dynamite promo was just not important. I could have skipped it. I think they really messed up repeatedly with Edge. And they can't make that mistake with Okada and Sasha. And if they do, well, you know, more fool them. But if they get it right and they actually book it right, present it right, build it right, I think they could get something from it. You know, she's got a lot of stands, man. We all know about the Sasha stands. They will follow her anywhere she goes. You know, there is an audience that could now tune into AEW that wasn't tuning in before. I don't know about Okada. I mean, he's credible. He's a good person to have on the roster. I agree. I don't think he'll move the dial. Sasha is interesting. But it is true. Edge was interesting as well, and they fumbled that one. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll see what the numbers come in as. And I'd imagine the ratings for Big Business will do well. I've got to think people want to tune in to see what she looks like, how they bring her in, like, you know, who she confronts and all that kind of stuff. I've got to think that number's going to be good. But the question is, can they sustain it? Can they find a way of not just week 1 being good, but week 2 being good, week 3 being good? I hope that AEW have had a little lull because they've been planning what happens when Sasha and Okada and Ospreay come in, right? I hope that the reason that it's felt a bit of a lull is because they've been doing all the work for what happens after Big Business. Because if they have, and they've got a real rock-tight plan in place, that is a hell of an injection of talent. I mean, you know, I would have loved for WWE to have had Ospreay and Okada, and I certainly wouldn't have minded Sasha coming back. So you've got to say it's a golden opportunity for them to use it and drive forward and get some momentum. I mean, it is an opportunity. It's just, do they take the opportunity? I don't think they took the Edge one. I really don't. I think they fumbled it. William said the product of AEW is good and even great at times. Tony separating himself from the day-to-day visibility is great. AEW is letting wrestlers be the face now. Well, that's good. That's definitely good. I think that's a change that definitely needed to happen, yes. Johnny said Mercedes is not that big. She won't do anything. I hope that Tony knows that, says Johnny. I know you're not streaming, but will you watch it? I'm a bit torn, to be honest, buds. The Revolution, I'm only really interested in the final moments of Sting. That's it. Granted, I don't really know the cards, and I'm quite excited to do the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow, because that's the conversation, is Revolution and talking about what the card is, what should be good, what should be bad, what's Tommy looking forward to, what's the community looking forward to. So I feel like I will learn a bit tomorrow, to be honest. So at the moment, the only thing I'm bothered by is those final moments of Sting. And I really think that I will see them on social media like 2 minutes after they've happened. I'll see the clips. I'll see the GIFs. I'm sure AEW will put a video out. So I don't know. Yeah, at the moment, I'm leaning towards no, but I don't know. Let's see what comes out of the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. I might be able to change my mind. New Tomorrow said maybe Sasha could be an EVP, so she could be the actual boss. Justin said if AEW would work harder on the storylines, they would make them more successful. I don't understand why they refuse to do it. WWE has literally laid down blueprints on how to do it. Austin said he wants Britt Baker back. What happens if no one wants a TV deal with AEW? But that would be a big problem. But all signs seem to suggest that Warner Brothers probably do, because they didn't get any WWE. So if Warner Brothers want wrestling, AEW, keeping AEW would make the most sense. And Tony said he's got a good relationship with them anyway. I admit Tony Storm's very entertaining. I agree with that. I really like her. I think she's facing Deonna Purrazzo, which I wouldn't mind watching. That's all right. I don't know that it's enough to get me to buy the pay-per-view, but that is not bad. Yeah, I do like Tony's gimmick. Her timeless character that is very different, very clever. I don't know if it goes a little too far, a bit too weird sometimes for people, but I from everything I've seen, I like it. I do agree with you on that. I don't know if I want to waste money on AEW, but Sting's last match, it's hard to say. Right, we're done. We are done. Appreciate the support and people stopping by. I'll be interested to see how this Raw scores, to be honest. I don't know that we got the big moments that we were necessarily looking for. As I said, it was a bit of it felt a bit of a hangover episode to me. I mean, I think it's solid in places. I think there's some short squash matches in there as well. There's a few little looks, little talking points. Sami backstage with Gunther. Judgment Day confronting Imperium. Maybe a little look by Grace, Theory to Grayson. Obviously, the suspended cops at the end and whatever. There's not that big monumental talking point, but there are these little, this could go that way, that could go that way. So we'll see what gets served up tomorrow in NXT, but more importantly, Friday with SmackDown. So that's going to be huge. Rock and Roman. Oh my God. Oh my God. SmackDown, unmissable, mate. Right, I'm off to do Unseen, so thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. See you again next time.